Chat. Oh my god. I missed you guys. How's everybody doing? Give me ugh. Hi, Spirit. How you doing now? Hi, Garp. Maybe you're all good. Oh god, hold on. Ugh, stop. There we go. Oh god. Why is everything so fucky? It's fine. No, it's not. It's not fine. What is going on? Brother. What the fuck? All is fine. All is not fine. It won't let me plug in my controller. Ugh, let me go. No, because I don't have a good cable. Shit. Fuck. You know what I should have done? I should have just used my PlayStation. I should just play this game on my PlayStation. What am I doing? I have a copy on my PlayStation. Oh my god. It's okay. We're fine. Everything's fine. If the audio like is weird and like my mic sounds like it's going through my PlayStation controller, it's probably because it is. Okay, so you gotta let me know. Also, God, I don't. I forget how to stream. Hi, Mishka. I won't be. That's my. Okay, no. To avoid spoilers, that's okay. Hope it's good. Thank you, Mishka. I have no clue. I don't know a single thing about this game, by the way, chat. Hi, chat. How's everybody doing? Yeah. By the way, once I finish this game, oh, there's ads. I will not be playing the second game for a long time. Guys, that game is $130. Why are games so goddamn expensive? Hi, Ash! Are you still at work? Hope work's going well. You have a PS5? I do have a PS5. I should have played this game on PS5. You got off early? Ah, okay, yeah. True. 100 and what? 130. Chat. Games are getting expensive. Most games that I really want to play these days are gonna 130. GTA 6 is gonna be $130. Oh my god. Worked for 3 hours? Oh my lord. That's the only way you can play 2 right now? Yeah. Hopefully my PC can handle this game. Ugh. It might not. I'd rather spend 40 on everything for all the memes. That's so real. Alright. And that's okay, Anxious. Hope you have fun playing Fortnite. I'm trying to catch up. GTA 6, yeah. 6 that expensive for a digital game? I know, right? I remember when like for that price you could get like a deluxe edition of a game that came with like a fucking statue. Like what the fuck? I need that game. Oh my god, chat. Bunch of freaky freaks. Okay, Dorian. Kind of hot. Anyways, let's get my PNG before I dive into big. The PC will explode. That is so fair. I'm hoping this bad boy can play this. Alright, I want to date everything. Everybody wants to date everything. God. Can't chat. Keep it in your pants. Alright. Oh my lord. Alright. Please let me know if anything goes wrong. I'm gonna be focusing on story. So we're playing normal, by the way. I don't know anything about this game. Okay, so we just like, this game. Be tell me your review after. Of course I will. I hate doors purely because I run into door handles a lot. That's so real. Oh my god, that is so real. Additional content, power gloves. Okay. The fuck. I'm playing this on Epic Games. I was gonna spend like the $20 just so I can play it on Steam, but I'm like, I already have the game, and I have it on PlayStation as well. What's the point in spending $20 just to play it on Steam? So yeah. I think I disable. Oh my god. Hopefully everything's fine. The only thing I hate about Epic is one, it's not Steam, and also the pop-ups are really loud. So I think I turned them off though. I think. Hold on. What is it? Shift F3? Yes, okay. Also, I have one achievement. I played the game for a little tiny little bit, okay? I skipped all the cutscenes just so I could test if the game actually ran. Okay. Alright, everything's fine. Hi, Neo! Not really for me, that makes it... That's understandable. They have good voice actors? I mean, yeah, it's like... Bro, everybody's in that game, I think. Did everything. I don't want it... I don't want it for the other things it has. I want it because there's so much funny content. Okay. Hi, Delta. How you all? I need to play this as well. I've been meaning to play this for the longest time. Birthday, June 17th. There you go. Is this your birthday? Yes. Higher levels of doom abilities have been observed in these born under constellations such as Cancer, Pisces, Cetus, Delphinus, and Geas. Jesus. A bunch of words that I don't know. Alright. Are we all ready? Dating sims and visual novels by bullet. Oh my lord. Oh, I forgot to unmute. Oh my god, hold on. Okay. Oh god, everything is gonna go wrong so fast. Oh. Okay, it was lagging. What? Oh my god. Are we okay? Please let me know. This is so gonna be so scared. So I started talking about visual novel. Hey, visual novels are great. Visual novels are great. Seems okay. Thank you. Thank you. If the game's too loud, let me know. Kojima! Woo! I think the only Kojima game I've ever played is PT. Because I've never played Metal Gear. I want to get around to doing that, but might be a little too out of my league. I might lie.
Once there was an explosion.
Wait, what? I can't lie.
A bang which gave birth to time and space.
Maybe a wee bit loud? Oh, I'm sorry.
Once there was an explosion. A bang which set a planet spinning in that space. Once there was an explosion. A bang which gave rise to life as we know it. And then came the next explosion.
David Death is my favorite so far. Visual novels are requirements. Oh my gosh. Boy, I love visual novel. Thank you, of course. Of course. I want this to be as enjoyable for you guys as it is enjoyable for me. I might not enjoy this. This is a walking sim. But hey, you guys will watch 70 hours of me just walking as Norman Fetus. No, Norman Reedus with this fetus. Alright. This game looks so good. What the fuck?
Don't be so serious. Don't be so serious.
Sorry, I'm just a little excited though. Hi, Nubi.
Don't be so serious.
Lindsay Wagner. Isn't it Wagner? Is that how you pronounce it? Look at that man. He is a man. Okay, so what I know is the rain, it ages stuff, and that's all I know. And then I think those invisible things are called BTs. No! Please make it. No! No! The poor thing! Man.
No.
Oh. The bike!
Oh, great.
That's a really cool bike though.
Fuck.
Ready to go. Oh! God damn, this game was good. Okay. So, I know how to play, because I was playing for a little tiny bit. Is this a new game? Okay, so no, this is Death Stranding. It came out in... Oh, I don't even remember when this game came out. But the sequel just came out. The sequel just came out. So I know nothing about this game. Alright, I'm gonna cry. What the fuck is this game? I don't even know, chat. What is Death Stranding? We don't know. Okay. So we can balance like this, because this is basically Amazon Simulator, where we're delivery people. We're a delivery person. Smart drugs. How would I get down here? Oh god. Okay, hold on. Ugh. No, I'm running the wrong way. Gotta deliver without getting old. Yeah, we gotta avoid the rain. The rain makes things old. Cargo scanner. Oh god, there is too much already. Oh my god.
Yeah. Good way out the rain over there.
Did I miss any cargo? I got forced into a cutscene. Okay. He looks familiar. It's Norman Reedus. Yeah, Daryl. Yeah, it's Daryl. Gonna lag and have a shout? That's okay. Watching this shit. Oh, you fine guy. What the fuck? Whoa. All right, I want to.
I think they're gone. What the hell? Didn't mean to grab you so hard. Tears. A chiral allergy. So, you have dooms, like me.
I've got the extinction factor, but I think you got me beat.
What's your level? You can see them, right?
No, but I can sense them.
Level 2, then.
What are you doing here?
Trying to stay dry. Same as you. Time falls let up. My name is Fragile.
Yeah, I've heard of you.
That right? Sam Porter Bridges. The man who delivers.
Oh, fuck.
You want it? A crypto bite a day keeps the time fall away.
Don't eat it. Ew. Ew.
Wanna come work for me? Must be tough out here on your own.
Yeah, I thought Fragile Express had plenty of people.
Plenty of traitors. Not much left of us now, save for a few honest folks. And on top of that, not much left of me either. Got soaked from neck to toe.
I can't help you with that. I make deliveries, that's all.
This is Bridges Central Dispatch. Freelance contractor Sam Porter Bridges. Receiver is standing by for drop.
Headed into town. Watch yourself. Those things never stay gone for long. The time full fast forwards whatever it touches. But it can't wash everything away. The past just won't let go. I'll see you around. Sam Porter Bridges.
She seems lovely. Bro, it's magic. Interesting. Prologue Porter. One number one smart drug delivery drill. Deliver one or more consignments of smart drugs. Blood and stamina gauges. The red bar is blood gauge. When it reaches 0, same with the I can't read for shit. The blue bar is stamina gauge. La, 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 la. As this gauge depletes, Sam moves more slowly and maintains his balance as hard. Okay. Hello. Back. Wow, look at this. God. Oh my god, look at this game. Holy shit. Oh wow. Activate TP. Yeah. Wow. No. Is this the oh? Poor thing. Syringe gauge appears above the stamina gauge or performing actions that wears in the wear on Sam's body. Engage fully depletes stamina. Okay. So we're gonna just be careful. Just maintaining stamina and balance. Total now 34 minutes. Is there another one? Wait. There's the fourth one.
Don't be so serious. Don't be so serious. Don't be so serious. Don't be so serious.
Oh wow. I don't know where I'm going. Wrong way, I guess. Wait, hold on. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to find my last cargo. Look at this game! Holy shit!
As we forget, as we move on,
Wow.
still I refuse
Oh.
to let you slip away. Don't be so serious.
How do I get to this?
Don't be so serious.
I gotta. Ah! Careful, Sam. Alright, we're fine.
Don't be so serious.
Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Don't be
Chat! No, I don't. Okay, we're fine.
Don't be so serious.
Oh, there's the fourth one. Okay.
Don't be so serious. Don't be so serious. Don't be so serious.
Okay. Run! This is gonna take me a very long time to get used to. Hello. Hold on. Oh my god. Calm down.
Beginning scan. Cargo verified. Thank you.
We're fine. This is not enough. This is not too much cargo. Alright, where are we going, Sam? Access permit. Ooh, can I drive one of these things? I want to drive. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Activate. Make delivery. Can be delivered. Is it gonna take everything that I just wait? Hold on. Return lost car. Oh yeah. Oh, so okay. Uh huh. There's what the fuck? Okay. Sure. That was too much for my brain to. Too much.
Delivering cargo.
What took you so long? It's not like the legend to come in late.
Had to wait out the storm. Lost my bike.
Sounds like you've been through the ringer. Luckily, our goods are in perfect condition. Well, you did keep us waiting, but everything else seems to be in perfect order, so great work. We'll be awaiting the next delivery.
Oh yeah. I can damage the cargo? Oh no, chat. I'm not gonna be a good delivery man. Okay. There's way too much going on for me right now. This is distance travel. Okay. Holy shit. I traveled a whole kilometer. Please give me back or something. S! Awesome. Nice. Okay. Cool. Nice. Hell yeah. Alright. Delivered lost cargo to head of distribution in Central Knot City. Cool. Aha. Likes from recipient. Okay. Oh my. Okay, hold on. Hold on. This is too much. Too much. Too much. Too much. Too much. What the fuck? Sure. Whatever this means. Yep. Okay. Go for his head. Sex buddy.
Special commission for Sam Porter Bridges. Priority 1.
Overstimulation central. Just a little bit. Gas station sim. Ooh, nice. I don't think I played gas station sim yet. What in the despicable me ass car? Corpse disposal. Do I have to carry a corpse? Oh god. I know I have to carry babies.
Igor, Bridges Corpse Disposal. Sam
Fetuses.
Porter, I presume? Right. Not the touchy-feely type. Takuma said you had some kind of phobia.
Bridges corpse disposal? What happened?
Look, gotta get a move on. I'll explain as we go. Come on. Come and take a look. He's got a date with the incinerator.
How long since he flatlined?
We don't know the exact TOD, but I'd say it's been upwards of 40 hours.
He wasn't quarantined.
Not sick. This is a suicide.
Oh, Jesus.
We're just lucky we found him at all. Got him on
Jesus.
ice ASAP, but who knows when he'll go necro.
Where you taking him?
Closest incinerator's to the north.
This route's crawling with BTs. Sure you can't use another?
I wish I could, but there's no time.
Then just burn the poor bastard right here.
You put all that chiralium in the air so close to town? Can't do it.
Better that than trying for the incinerator.
Hey, we can do this. We just need someone like you with dooms.
Well, he's already in the first stages of necrosis. If we don't hurry, this place is a crater.
So how about it? Can we count on you? Then Bridges hereby enters into a contract with Sam Porter.
So what?
Sam. Just Sam. And I can't spot
Is it everybody
BTs. Just sense
that it can
That's
go
why
into
we came
crisis?
prepared.
Or just certain
a
people?
bridge baby, huh?
Bridge
If
baby.
it's helping you, we'll be able to
Yes,
stay
Sam.
one step ahead of them.
Fetus.
Makes me feel like shit every time.
Well, you're plugging into the other side. Freaks me out too.
Roll out.
Spirit, this is a Kojima game. It's half, basically 90% of this stuff will not make no sense. I swear Kojima is on some stuff when he writes these games.
different when I was a kid. America is a country. Anybody could go anywhere they damn well pleased. No need for couriers like yourself. We had highways, airplanes. Hell, you could even visit other countries. Hard to imagine it now. As you can see, the Death Stranding poked us full of holes. Fucked us beyond all recognition. Then if you were lucky enough to survive,
Are you
the
driving?
Timefall
I don't
came
know,
and
there's some other
washed
guy.
you away. Then those freaks from the beach showed up. Worlds of the living and the dead all mixed together. And that's when folks started holing up in the cities. Couriers like yourself got put up on a pedestal.
Where did you say I am?
Son of a bitch. Rainbow!
Rainbow?
How much further to the incinerator? This guy's about to pop.
Oh no.
We're gonna have to cut to the BTs.
Everything's fine. Hold on. Let me get back around. I'm fine. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, I'm busy. Wait. Hold on. Hi guys.
The engine stalled.
Oh fuck.
Those assholes got us right where they want us. Get us out of here.
Sam, can you see anything?
Why is he shit?
No, nothing.
This BB must be busted or something.
Everything's fine. Oh, what the? There's something happening, I can't see it. Nope. Oh, it's crab. Crabs! Oh lord. Sneeze. Alright, never mind. No. Oh no. Oh, hello. Oh, my brother, buddy. Oh God, hi. Good. What are you shooting at? No, not the fetus. Oh no. What the fuck? Wait a second. What is happening? What is happening? What the fuck? Jesus. What the fuck?
Falling down, London Bridge is falling down. My fair lady.
Did I do something bad? Did I do something wrong? What is going on? Jesus. Hi there. Scanning. Oh, hello. Oh, this is myself. What the? Oh, what? What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that Matt Mickelson? Oh, what the fuck?
Can you hear me? Steady.
Bro, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, okay. Was that Mads Mikkelsen? Do I show my baby? My fetus? Norman Reedus with his fetus? What is going on? Thank you to luck, Miranda. Oh my, oh shit.
Once there was an explosion. A bang which gave rise to life as we know it. And then came the next explosion. An explosion that will be our last.
What the fuck? Okay. Well, chat. Well, I already don't know what's going on. I'm already more confused than I have ever been in my life. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. I'm about to Google this shit. All right. God, this is hurting my head, and I'm not even an hour in. This is. So yeah, this game is very much walking sim and cutscene simulator. So. Great fun, and but I'm not gonna understand any of it. Can't be bothered to Google some. It's alright. We'll figure it along around the. We'll figure it along. We'll figure it out along the way together. Alright, chat. All right. Keep balance in a river. Okay. Hello there. Oh no. Episode 1, Bridget.
Oh, you're awake. So, how does it feel to be back in the world of the living? Don't worry. I'm a doctor. Well, a coroner. Originally.
Is that Guillermo del Toro? What the fuck is happening? Wait.
Call me dead man. I'm well acquainted with the dead. Not like you, of course. Contrary to the
That's
name.
Guillermo del
I've
What the
never
fuck?
actually died. I would advise against that. I'm no expert, but I can assure you it's for your own protection. See?
So I'm a prisoner.
These aren't handcuffs. They're cutting-edge devices that keep us all connected.
Us? Oh, us.
Yup. Bridges. Humanity's best hope for the future. Or avoiding extinction, if you prefer.
Is everybody
Right.
else's audio
Where
again?
am I? What time is it?
Watch me. Try pressing it against your skin, like this. Relax. That just means your body's got a good connection to the cufflink. Look. The cuffs will watch over you 24 hours a day. That is to say, we will. We're here to help.
What the hell? 2 days.
During that time, we took the liberty of collecting fluid samples from you. You're a repatriate. That makes you very special.
What happened to the CD guys?
Central Knot was obliterated in the Annihilation. Game over, man. Place is a crater. The only ones to get to continue were you, for obvious reasons, and your broken bridge baby.
Is it all right?
It's been marked for disposal. Didn't work anymore. Why keep it? We lost
No,
everyone.
the baby.
Not just corpse disposal. My team, HQ, all of Redefort, every soul in Central Knot City. We're at our base, in Capital Knot City now. Or should I say, our new headquarters. Sudbury seemed the logical choice. But our implementation team has been decimated. And there's only so much they can do in 2 days. Things here are a mess. Fortunately, the director and his support team were out of town at the time, so the chain of command remains intact. I hate to do this so soon, but I have a job for you. This stencil is from when you repatriated? What's the other mark from?
A clingy woman in a cave.
I see. Aphenphosmphobia. No wonder you were out there alone, where no one could touch you. I'll try to be more careful, Sam. So, the job is an urgent delivery. I need you to bring the president some morphine.
What president? America's gone. You talking about the mayor of Central Knot?
No, not the mayor. America lives on, Sam. The president is in the final stages of cancer, in critical condition, but there's still time.
Why me?
Look, Sam. Do as I ask, and I promise it will all make sense.
Why don't you do it?
I don't know.
Because I'm not really here. Apologies. This is just a chiralgram. And here, come the tears. Allergic reaction to the chiral transmission. I'm actually over in the isolation ward in the big triangle building. Here is the morphine. Bridges hereby enters into a contract with Sam Porter.
Come on. You got morphine there. What's this about? Tell me the truth.
The truth, Sam, is that America's last president wants to see you in person. Are you really about to say no?
Every time something happens, I feel like I get whiplash. Oh my god. I'm so utterly confused.
Very good. I'll see you in the isolation ward.
Nah, he wasn't. It was a transmission hologram. Okay.
Beginning scan.
Holy
Scanning
shit.
Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Oh wait.
Clear.
Okay, that
All
was
clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I'm a little locked. Oh, okay. Hey, Sam. All right. Why does he look like Daryl? Because it's the same actor.
Request transport of morphine to isolation ward for immediate administration to the
All right.
president.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Wow. Okay. Where am I going? What the
Check
codec?
the map on
Okay.
your cufflinks if you're lost, Sam.
Why is
The
okay?
isolation word should be pretty obvious. If you're not sure how to get there, you can set markers and draw routes too.
I
Try it
know,
out and you'll see what I mean.
I know Kojima and Guillermo are friends and all. I did not expect him to be in the game though. Okay. So chat, if you don't know Guillermo, you guys might know who Guillermo del Toro is. Guillermo del Toro. He's a director, filmmaker, and author. He's a very prolific and very like he's wrote a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. He's very cool. All right. Well, I don't know where I'm going. Oh, isolation. Okay. Is that where I'm meant to be going? Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh. Oh. There's a lot of stuff here. Okay. Okay. Custom marker. Oh. No. Okay, we'll just do that. Okay. Sure thing. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. So it just shows me the shortest path. This is cool. How do I get through there? This way?
Sam, if you want to confirm you're headed the right way, check your compass.
How do I do
It'll
that?
never steer you wrong. Provided you have a destination, that is.
How do I do that? Into compass mode. Quickly jump between markers. Oh. Uh-huh. Okay. Like for a moment, that's okay. Googling decided to make more sense. Okay. If there's anything I need to know, please let me know. Oh my god. Whoa. It's like an actual city. This is cool.
Central wasn't just home to Bridges HQ. It was also the seat of the Reconstructionist movement. If the president hadn't required special treatment, she would have never left. And if she hadn't, we wouldn't have either.
Isolation ward. I think the first hour or so was a crack dream to hook people in the game, confuse people at the start, so I want to play it to the end. That is such a Kojima thing to do. But makes sense. Makes sense.
Like I said, her vital signs are all trending the same way.
No chance of a recovery then?
None that I can see. No.
We should start making preparations.
Sam, it's me, Deadman. Sorry, my mistake. I'm afraid the president's condition has deteriorated. Thank you. This will help to ease the pain. And allow her to speak with you in these final moments.
Her?
The first and last female president of the United States. Surely you remember her. She raised you? You're not exactly dressed for a reunion. Take that off before you come inside.
Pretty standard tactic with a lot of media. Like a history at the start of something has people on set. There's a piece of media, yeah. Morphine delivery, hell yeah. Wait, no, don't auto skip. Just skip. Yes, okay. Yep. I'm in it for the story, chat. Okay. Is that? Oh.
That's the president's right-hand man, the director of Bridges.
Die Hardman?
Oh, you were with Bridges 1? So, I guess no introductions are necessary.
What's it been, Sam? 10 years? Look at us. A bunch of deathless freaks meeting like this. Yeah, well, good to see you two. President's waiting. It's your mother, Bridget. She's a bit out of it, but I know she'll recognize you.
Madam President, we've brought Sam. We'll leave you two alone.
Sam, I knew you'd come back. Are you doing all right? Yeah, I know you hate me.
Doesn't even affect the person I think.
Amelie.
Amelie?
You remember Amelie went west. Took her 3 years to cross. She's trying to rebuild the country.
Still going on about that, huh?
You're the one I wanted to send, Sam. Time's running out. Help Amelie. She needs you. Together, you can help us reconnect. You can make America whole. Sam, if we don't all come together again, humanity will not survive.
We don't need a country. Not anymore.
We do. Alone, we have no future.
No, America's finished. Bridget, you're the president of jack shit.
Sam, listen to me. Please. So you are willing to help me?
No, I...
I love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
Madam President! Oh, no.
Doctor, we need your help.
All hands on deck here. Jason V. Give me 150 cc's. She's not responding.
Stay with me. Madam President.
This is dropping.
Hold on.
We're losing her.
Wow.
I'm a death.
I don't mean to smile. I'm not smiling.
Listen, no one can know that the president is dead. If word gets out, Bridges is finished. Now, what happened here does not leave this room. Do you understand?
Yes, Director. But there's still the matter of the body. Without corpse disposal.
We've got that covered.
Don't make me dispose of my own mum's corpse. Don't do that.
Sam, before she died, the president made a contract with you.
What are you talking about?
As a member of Bridges, you're gonna work with the rest of us to rebuild America.
You think you can recruit me? Like she tried to?
Well, she succeeded. Look at your wrist. If that's not symbolic, I don't know what is.
Director, the cancer spread throughout her entire body. Harvesting organs is out of the question, and there is no need for an autopsy. Her body needs to be cremated before she necrotizes.
And if we don't, this place will turn into another crater.
What do you want me to do?
We don't have any porters right now. And the CD team you went into the field with are dead.
It's okay.
But the president's body has to be burned.
The road from Capital Knot City to the incinerator was compromised in the Void Out. Now, the only way there is on foot, through the mountains. But the chiral density there is off the chart. It's gotta be BT's.
This job has requirements. Tombs. Repatriate.
So me. Why?
Sam, you're already on the clock.
AKA.
Done. Sam
I
Porter.
have no other choice. Fuck, man. Okay. Well, shit. God, man, she's fucking dead. Not my fault. I'll put my hands up and I'll put my hands up and I'll say it was not my fault. Okay. It has to be symbolic, I think. Probably. Yeah.
Can I have a moment? President Strand believed in American Reconstructionism. She worked tirelessly to bring the nation together again. And without her, there would be no Bridges. She deserves a funeral with full honors. But we can't give her that. If she dies, America dies.
Without her, Bridges will cease to be.
Listen. Her cremation must be carried out with the utmost secrecy.
Even if we pull it off, what then? Who's gonna take her place? Face it, America's history.
Sam, America isn't dead yet.
He just said that it dies if Bridget dies.
She may be lost to us, but we still have an America worthy of the presidency.
Sorry, what?
Let's not get into it now. What matters is that we're going to finish your mother's work and rebuild America as she intended. That's the reason Bridges exists. So take the first step, Sam, and deliver the president's body to the incinerator.
If we don't all come together again, humanity will not survive. You're the one I wanted to send, Sam. Time's running out. I love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
The facilities to the southwest. Remember that you'll be passing through BT territory.
We built the incinerator way up in the mountains so that the chiral matter in the smoke wouldn't reach the city. It won't be easy carrying a body up there.
Well.
We'll be monitoring you around the clock. If anything comes up, we'll offer you support via the cufflinks.
Okay. Oh, shit. Hold on.
Sam, this is Die Hard.
Yeah.
Dead men explain how to use the cuffs, right? Use them to check the location of the incinerator.
So no more question about a body chuck to his back. I'm sure it'll be fine. Alright.
Getting to the incinerator will be anything but easy.
Plan your route before save.
Move around and change the angle of your map to gain a better understanding of the terrain. See if you can't pick a path to your destination. For this order, we've provided you with a number of
Charge ahead
suggested routes
carelessly
as
and
well.
you could wind up lost or find
Ultimately, though, it's up to you to decide how you want to proceed.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. Which way do we want to go? Yeah, we'll go. Where do we think we want to go, chat? Enjoying it so far? I'm confused and yeah. I think we would go this way. Oh. Hold on. Oh, no. Oh wait, no. Oh wait. Huh? The fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Guess I'm not gonna be. A2, no. What the fuck? Okay. Confused and confused. Yeah. Doubly confused.
Sam, I don't think I need to remind you, but every minute counts when transporting corpses for disposal.
Yes.
48 hours following cardiac arrest, they can and become a
Oh, Jesus Christ, Sam. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Alright. How do we get there? Hold on. That's not right. This is not right. This is not right. This. Don't say hello. That's not what I'm trying to do. Okay. We're fine. Alright. It's mad. I laugh. Should I make a mic up? I don't know what I'm doing, chat. I don't know what I'm doing. My bad. Okay. Hold on. Oh, okay. We're fine. My bad, I don't know what I'm doing, okay? Corpses are more liable to sway from side to side than regular car do. Okay. If I just keep two hands on right, we should be fine. Not this speed, thank God. Okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, chat. Oh my god, that was me sprinting? Oh my lord.
President Bridget Strand was the symbol of American Reconstructionism. Even with the country shattered and its people scattered to the four winds.
Okay, if I don't balance, I'm faster. Just gotta keep myself balanced.
That America would rise again because they believed in her. We believe that this country can be rebuilt. America lives on, together with Bridget's undying spirit.
Okay, okay, okay. What the fuck? Okay. Hold on. Which way are we going? Can I go up that way? No, I can't. So we'll go Do we want to? I don't know if I'll be able to get up there. And that goes like right over the mountain. Which way do we want to go, Chad? Do we go the long way or cut over the mountain? Why, it's a difficulty of... Hold on. That's a 1 difficulty. That's a 2 difficulty. This one's a 3 difficulty. Faster but unsteady. Go the long way. Want to go the flat route? Oh, I have flat route, mountain route, and waterfall route. Okay. Which one, Chad? Isn't there time to be there? I think we're fine. Waterfall? You want to go to the... We'll go to the waterfall? Save it? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, what? Bucket, chat. Bucket. We're gonna... Oh, no. Hold on. Okay. That way. That way. Right. We're not gonna make it. No. We ain't gonna make it. There we go. We'll go the mountain path. We just say fuck it, you know? We just say fuck it.
Have a pleasant journey.
We spend more time struggling on a hard route than on a long safe. Okay. You underestimate my gamer skills.
Yeah, just like that.
Oh my lord. You're an experienced climber. Gamer Beal is real, yeah. Gamer Beal. Yep. Yep. My nose is itchy. We go through the mountains is more interesting, chat, right? If I'm going to be spending 70 hours walking in this game, I want to at least go to the...
First of March, it's clear to me there's something that's uncomforting. Your body is away with me, but I'm exactly where I wanna be.
I want to be at least going an interesting way. You have to run there? Yeah. Alright.
Give me hope and get me down. Well, I loved you then, but I don't love you now. I'm a long way from home.
Our first... Yeah, okay.
'Cause we're a long way from home.
My Wi-Fi went out. Oh no. You back now? I'm glad you're here, Spirit. I'm glad everybody's here to experience this game with me. Okay, what? Okay, wait, we're fine. Go, Sam, go. Oh, Lord. Hi, Garb.
Can you see it in my dying face? You're acting like I care. Now is there anything that I can do? If there was, would we be singing? But you're a part of me and I'm a part of you. Yes, you're a part of me and I'm a part of you. Yes, you're a part of me and I'm a part of you.
Oh my god!
Yes, you're a part of me and I'm
What is this? I don't know what that is. But fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. What are those? Those mushrooms? Flowers? Random herb, let's go. All as well. Yeah. There's a ladder. Oh. It's handy. How? Hold on, hold on. How am I gonna get up there? Hold on. Oh lord. Do we think we can do it, chat? Do we think we can do it? Or we go up the waterfall. You got this easy? Oh no. Let me have a look at what Carp sent me. Oh, that's adorable. We think we got this? Yeah, we got this. We got this. Terrain scanner. Dangerous place. Oh, okay. So the blue areas is where we should be walking. And then yellow's unsafe. And then red's dangerous. Interesting. Nice. Okay. Now we got this. There's a ladder up here. Oh, there's ladders all the way up. Wait, we're fine. Okay.
Just a bit further now.
Yeah, no, chat. Well, I don't know what we were worried about. This is fine. This is... We got this. Okay. This way.
Too close.
Like, thank you for the love. Thank you for the. Hold on. Okay. Dude. Norman. There we go. Oh my god. Holy shit. Don't jinx it now. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Thanks for the help.
Multiple likes at once? Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, there's a rope. How are we gonna climb that rope? Oh, God. I don't know if we can... I'm sending so many likes, chat. 50 likes!
Goddamn cottonmouth.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay, we're fine. Whoa! It's like canteen. Drink 'em can't... Oh. Okay. Interesting. Sunglasses. Uh-huh. Interesting. You got the pasties after that. Yeah. Lacey, we made it!
So that's the place.
It wasn't that bad. Oh, wow. How's this model is bigger? I'm so short. I'm just a little small goober. That's why I'm always little spoon. I'm curious, did they have the actor strip butt naked to capture him perfectly? Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. Opening the cufflinks of okay, wait. System. Open menu. Oh, system. Oh, nice. Okay. UCA, United Cities of America. Oh my god. Careful. Literally just hit me since they made him butt naked this time. Place a body in the cremator. Bye, Mom. Oh no.
Chiralium density in the area is climbing rapidly. Heavy timefall is imminent. Get back here, now.
Sam, burn the other cargo while you're there.
What's this?
BB-28. It's the unit Igor was assigned. It was hooked up to you when we found you in the crater.
No.
Why is it here?
Because it's flagged for disposal. Central Knot's gone, and our headquarters along with it. Because that thing didn't do its job. It's all in Igor's logs.
But it's still alive.
It can't be repaired, and it can't survive outside the pod. Pity it if you want, but the decision has been made. It has to go. The director approved the order.
Don't make me burn the baby.
Sam, do you copy? Damn it, must have lost you in the blackout. Sam, what's your status? Chiralium density is still increasing.
My status is fucked. There's tons of them.
Must be from the bodies we couldn't get up to the incinerator in time. Comes with the territory, I'm afraid.
Can you sit out the rain?
No. They're closing in on my position. I have to move before they realize I'm in here.
Sam, if one of those things eats you, it'll trigger a void out. You'll come back, sure, but the surrounding area will still be a crater.
I got an idea.
Baby time. That's fucking Mads Mikkelsen. What the fuck?
Start, you shit. Maybe you are defective. That's it. Do your thing.
Oh god. Oh, okay, so is the baby used to like see them? This reminds me so much of Morgan Yu. If you've played Prey. I've never played Prey.
We're sending you some suggested routes back to the city. Pick one or don't. Just get the hell out of there.
Yeah. Which way are we going, chat? We're going back down the mountain? Yeah, we'll go back down the mountain. Why not? Slowly. We're fine. Never mind, we're not fine. I'm meant to escape. They're right on my ass. Run, Sam, run, Sam, run, Sam, run, Sam, Sam. We're fine. Everything's fine. Just go. Just go. If we run like the wind, they can't catch up. I don't think I'm going the right way. Oh god. Oh, I'm going to the. We'll do the flap off. That's fine. She's so annoying. I mean, just hold on, wait. It count as a resource. Okay. It's increasing my stamina because of enemies. Oh god, hold on. Okay. Hell yeah. Oh, we are sprinting. Anxiety. Yeah, that was very. That was crazy. We're fine. Oh god, I don't know. Okay. I don't know how we're gonna get. How do we get down here? Oh god, be careful. We're fine. I see him fall in space for some reason. No. No, 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 no. Alright. Ah, that wasn't so bad. Train scan, I forgot, my bad. Hey, see chat, but we did fine. I don't know what this thing is here. Special device. Oh, okay. I really like the music. The music's really good. Is Troy Baker in this one? I know he's in the second one. I love Troy Baker. Alright, chat. This isn't so bad. There is some weird invisible monsters, but you know, it's just a part of the job.
Beginning scan.
Other than that, it's fine.
Verifying ID. Welcome to Capital Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Sam, come back to the distribution center.
Is
Check
that?
the location on your compass.
Yep.
It's a miracle either of you made it back. When someone with dooms hooks up to a BB, your feelings and memories cause feedback, like with the speaker. It amplifies fears and stress, and runs the risk of taking you to a place from which you will not return. I'm sorry, but this BB has been pushed beyond its limits. Disposal is the only option.
No.
Sam, get cleaned up and come to the president's office. We need to talk.
Don't dispose of the little fetus. Oh, look at him. No.
BB. Don't worry. It's okay. I'll always be with you. See the sunset. The day is ending. Let that yawn out. There's no pretending.
The heart. Oh, look at him. Hell yeah. Nice. 3 kilometer. S tier. Hell yeah. Nice.
Sam, I thought I told you dooms and BBs were a dangerous combination. Huh, perhaps a shower is in order. You're still covered in chiralium. Don't want the president to see you like that.
The hell you talking about? She's dead.
You're upset. Is this about BB-28?
Go fuck yourself. I'm not your errand boy.
Well, in any event, it seems it owes you its life.
No, we owe the kid our lives. You too.
As you say, I shall look after it. Give my regards to the president.
No. The poor thing. Why the fuck are you shaking it? Oh. Man.
It's almost time to go, Sam.
Damn, walking in the beach with high heels?
Here. It's a dream catcher.
That's the dream catcher, yes.
Wear it when you sleep, and I'll keep the nightmares away. I'll
Heels in the
always
beach.
be
I
with you.
know! She's crazy. Nice. Everyone.
Good morning, Sam.
Good
Sam, this is Di Hardman. There's a private room set aside for your use. Bridges perk. Take a moment to clean up, wash all that chiralium off, then come to the president's office.
Hey! Fuck you too. What the heck? Hey. I'm gonna look at your crutch. My bad. Oh wow. Oh wow. You sink, shower, examine weapon rack, under construction. Oh, okay. Examine table. Put on sunglasses. It's so funny. It's better than to end the game, yeah. Oh wow! Look at you. Look very stylish. All right. Those are really cool sunglasses. I want a pair of those. Do we want to drink? Can we drink? Right. Oh, the energy drinks. Bridget's energy. Down in some monster. Nice. Increased by 10% can be boosted up to 20. Oh, that's cool. Oh, those are some cool figures. Okay. Check on BB. Can I check on BB? Oh man. Okay. We're gonna sink. Actually drinking Monster Energy right now? I wish. Oh, I love. That's some weird. Oh my god. The artifacting from the upscaling is kind of crazy. I can take a foot. Wait. Hold on. Nice. That promise heart attack. Oh my god, girl. Don't have a heart attack on me. All right. We take shower. Drink more. I might. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Sam, can you hear me?
For fuck's sake. Is it anything private anymore?
That's so real.
No, except for taking a shower and going to the toilet, that is. I take it you were getting yourself cleaned up. Good. Come to the president's office as soon as you're done. She's waiting for you.
It's a cake. No showing his butt. I mean, Norman Reedus. I would. What?
You did well, Sam. Thank you. Bridget may no longer be with us, but her legacy has a chance to live on. Sam, listen to me. America, Reconstructionism, her dream isn't dead.
I don't want to hear it.
This is the face of our new hope. Our new America.
Amelie.
My mother may be gone, but I'm here. And you, Sam, you're here too.
It's been 10 years since you saw each other, right? And in all that time, she hasn't aged a day.
He knows why.
Sure.
My body's still on the beach. I don't get to grow older. But you do, Sam. You look good.
So you're serious then about reconnecting everyone and everything?
Someone has to succeed Bridget, Sam. More importantly, someone has to carry on her legacy and see our country rebuilt. Samantha America Strand, our new president. A new beginning for our people, for our nation. Under Emily's leadership, we'll re-establish the UCA, the United Cities of America. This is how we'll rebuild our country. But we'll need your help to do it, Sam.
No, I'm through with this. I said my goodbyes to all of you when I said them to Bridget.
We never forgot about you, Sam. You ran away. You cut us off.
Emily put together an expedition. The best of Bridges won. And went west.
I led them past craters in BT territory. I kept them safe while they searched for survivors.
Never once missed a BT. Saw him coming a mile away.
We convinced community after community to join the UCA, and we left behind our own people to help them. It took us 3 years, but we managed to make it all the way to Edge Knot City.
All the way to the Pacific. Jesus.
Yeah, but then everything went to hell. The team was wiped out, and Emily was taken.
Taken?
not being kept in a cell or anything like that. I'm allowed to use their facilities and to speak with you whenever I want. I just can't leave the city.
It's all to safeguard the continued independence of Edge Knot City. Well, that's what our keepers are saying, at least. They want the UCA to leave them be. Emily's their insurance policy in case we don't.
Who are these assholes again?
Homo Demons. Militant separatist group. They run Edge Knot City.
I've heard of them. Bunch of terrorists who go around towns killing people and leaving craters.
Right. Nothing's off limits for them. Not even engineering void outs.
You think the suicide that took out Central Knot was one of theirs?
Could be. There are extremists like the demons everywhere, plotting in the shadows. They're decentralized by nature. No one organization to rule them all. Just a common ideology.
I know not everyone shares our vision for the future. If we Americans don't come together again, humanity won't survive. I carried my mother's message to people all across the country. But not everyone was willing to accept it.
More than a few would rather stay isolated. Keep to themselves. Go it alone. Like you, Sam. They think that America can only be rebuilt by force, by men who tell them what to do, who take away their freedom and put them in shackles.
What'd you put on me, huh? You know better than the demons. Just another kind of cult.
They're not shackles, Sam. They're a symbol of our bonds. That's what we need right now. Not to stand apart, but to come together, to form chiral knots and reconnect.
Sam, we want you to go west and finish what Emily started. The people she left behind have been hard at work, setting up chiral network terminals. But these terminals are still isolated. We need you to bring them online. And for that, you'll need a Cupid. This contains all the necessary security and operations protocols to integrate a terminal into the chiral web. Take the Cupid west, Sam, and reconnect the people of our great nation. And when you get to Edge Knot City, find Emily and bring her home.
After that, I'll take over the presidency and carry on Mother's work to save the country.
This was Bridget's dying wish. This is how we'll move forward.
Please, Sam. We need you.
I'm Sam Porter Bridges now. I'm not a Strand. Hell, I'm not even part of this outfit. You all saw to that. I'm not getting involved with you, or anyone else, ever again.
Wait!
See? It's like I'm not even here. Same as it ever was.
Sam! Sam! Hold on. Stop! Listen to me. America needs you. Both of you.
Yeah, covering the world in cable didn't bring an end to war and suffering. Don't act surprised when it all comes apart if you try to do it again. Round and round it goes. Connect, reconnect, it's not that simple.
All right, Sam. Just take it easy. I get it. You don't have to commit to anything now. Why not get some rest?
Good idea. We all need our sleep. Leave it too long and you're liable to reconnect with the other side. The necessary maintenance has been completed. Various adjustments and fine-tuning for your benefit. You can use it again.
Shaking.
For once, it would seem that Dooms and BBs are a good combination.
Oh.
Or perhaps the two of you have something of an affinity for one another.
Good shape to the fucking details. It's like an alien. Don't say that. Oh my god. Looks like Victor. Are you talking about Victor? From DVD. A little bit.
Sam. Listen, you are Sam Strand.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. My name is Sam Porter Bridges.
It's a funny word, Strand. A strand is part of rope or bond, while stranding means being washed up on the shore. And being stranded is when you can't go home. I'm stranded now, Sam. Here on the shore of the Pacific. Thousands of miles away. But our bond still holds. You're free, but we're still connected. Don't tell me we're not.
Ow. Was she not just wearing black? Her outfit changed? Yeah, what? What the fuck? Oh, what the?
I'll be waiting for you.
Whoa. Damn.
Wait!
Good morning, Sam.
He's crazy, I've seen it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Damn them arms.
Sam,
Oh my
this is
god.
Di Hardman. You were out like a log. Must have been beat. Private rooms come with all the basic amenities. Shower, toilet, etc. Drop in when you need to rest. Inspect your gear, review info, or whatever else. If you have any questions, feel free to ask our staff.
Calm
But
down.
before you do, why not check things out for yourself? See how Bridges operates these days.
I can check out BB. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can respect that. Oh my god.
Sam, this is Deadman.
Oh.
I calibrated your BB based on physiological data we collected from you earlier.
Okay. Oh. Oh, that's cute. Yep.
It's still just a best guess, though. After you take it out for a spin, we can check if you're in sync and tweak the BB sensitivity as needed.
Okay.
This case will remove any chiral matter still clinging to your suit. Speaking of suits, blue is for delivery personnel, red for medical, orange for corpse disposal, and black for security.
Okay.
Hey there. Believe we've met. I oversee delivery operations as well
Who
as
is this?
maintenance and repairs. Nice to have you on board. I'm Mama, in case I didn't mention it before. Those there are
Mama?
strands.
Strand?
Not just used for packing, by the way, but for identification too. Take a closer look and you'll see. See the red there? That's your blood.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. Change color scheme. Customization. Customization. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. No. Okay. Mama? Was it that? I forget her name, but she was in Substance. The Substance. Margaret Qualley. Is she in Death Stranding? Is that who she is? Is that Mama? It is Mama. Who plays Mother? Margaret Qualley. Okay. It is who I think it is. Alright. She's a really good actress. So yeah, the lady with the glasses, played by Margaret Qualley, is Mama. Activate terminal. Figures. Sink. Toilet sitting. Standing. Oh, I was like, use the toilet standing, and then I realized. Do I need to? We'll sit. We'll sit.
Sam, Hartman here. Researcher devoted to uncovering the secrets of the beaches and the Death Stranding, as well as those of dunes and repatriants. When you
Norman.
relieve yourself, a certain amount of chiral matter is flushed from your system. Chiral matter can adversely affect hormone secretion and nervous function.
Why was
There's
there
a correlation between exposure and the development of phobias, as well as, in extreme cases, violent and suicidal
Why
impulses.
was there a Norman Reedus ad on the shower?
Postulated as a trigger for the onset of dunes. Allow me to collect a sample of your excretions for my studies. They provide a non-invasive means to monitor your exposure to chiralium and your overall health.
Hello. I'm gonna keep staring at your junk. You gonna do anything? Hey, don't flip me off. Ah! Okay, alright, okay, alright, okay. I won't do that then. My weapon rack. Oh no. How funny that is. Yeah, it was great. Hold on, we'll use the toilet again. We'll go run that Norman Reedus ad back. Water intake, beer. Wait, oh, there was no Norman Reedus ad. Ah, whatever. Alright, 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 alright. Activate terminal. We'll go see what's going on.
With that terminal there, you can browse the bridge's database, which has info on a range of subjects. You don't have clearance for everything, but there's still plenty you
Am I
might
gonna
find
have to?
informative.
Am I going to have to traverse the entire United States? Good luck for a split moment. That's okay. Take your time. Oh my gosh. Active orders. I have no active orders. Data. Oh. Music play. I can play music. Alan Walker? Hold on, hold on. There's Bring Me the Horizon in it? Wait, hold on, wait. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. Hold on. Oh my god. It was throwing blahages at me. Alright, leave. Hey! Novi! Oh, thank you for the 3 months. Wait, no, 4 months. 4 months. Thank you, Novi. Oh, hi. Don't mind me.
Well, have you had a chance to think it over? Chock full of chiralium, but safe for you Dooms guys to wear. That's all you'll need to go forth and reconnect the world. To make us whole again.
I'm a porter. I don't care about connecting anything. Or making knots. But I'll do what I have to help Amelie out.
Wow.
Listen up, Sam. The terminals Amelie's people built in the towns and cities they passed through on their journey west are called knots. The infrastructure's there, but the whole network is offline.
Oh my god, look at him!
Now it's only capable of transmitting voice communications. Sometimes wired, sometimes wireless, and a small amount of data. So, unless the necessary data stored on site, our chirograms won't show up. Amelie and the other Bridges members you've seen around the place are grams generated with local data. In case you didn't know. Anyway, all you've got to do is find the knot, connect your Cupid, and bring Chiral Communications online.
Looks so pretty with Sam, yeah.
Once you connect it to the terminal, you'll be able to initiate zero-time massive data transmission with the UCA network. And just like that, you'll reconnect us not only to each other, but to our past. All the lost and fragmented junk data will be compiled and restored, like bringing a dinosaur back to life from a fossil. 4.6 billion years of history on Earth. All the wisdom and knowledge we lost since the Death Stranding will be ours again. And that, my friend, is how we'll beat this thing. Once you establish Chiral Communications, generating grams won't be an issue. You'll also be able to use chiral printers. Won't be long before we're able to send all kinds of things through the wire.
Except anything original. Or that's got a soul. Nothing real. Just copies.
True. Which is why we'll still need porters like you. Before and after we're made whole, we'll need men in the middle.
No rest for the wicked, huh?
Yeah, well, idle hands and all that. We'll give you the details at the dispatch terminal. Make sure you check it upstairs. Drop's waiting up there, too.
These shoes look like they've done some serious miles. Shall I dispose of them?
Wait. Hold on. There's something I want you to look into. My blood seemed to set those things off. Happened more than once.
Set them off? How do you mean?
I don't know. You took my blood, didn't you? You tell me.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Who's that?
I'm sorry, Lisa.
Who the? Who's Lisa?
I'll take care of him. I promise you. Baby. Baby. Baby, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Steady.
I'm glad the you got the scar on your forehead. Hopefully you find out. Oh, I can access this now. Terminal.
Sam, this is Die Hardman. Your current
Hi.
objective is to extend the Cairo network from here to Port Knot City. But don't think you can make a beeline straight for it. Signal won't carry that far. To cover the distance, we need to utilize knots. Think of it like tying ropes together to make a longer rope. The first of these knots is a Bridges Way station. Go ahead and take a look at the order. Deliver whatever they need, and connect the Cupid.
Okay. Take on orders, private locker. Place items into a room for private locker. Okay. Missing private. Okay. Take on orders. Orders for Sam. Oh. Interesting. Whoa, that's the big crater. Okay. Smart drug delivery.
The last void out in Central Knot City brought deliveries to a standstill. Until now. Your cargo for this run is a batch of smart drugs. Oxytocin, to be precise. Oxytocin is effective.
Yep. I know what oxytocin is.
Order summaries may contain information critical to your success. Make sure to review them before getting underway.
Order summary, order objectives. Okay. Less than 50%. Yep. Okay. Sure thing. Oh god. Select, accept orders. No, select, accept orders. There we go. How much is there? Just a little, I guess.
Sam, now we've supplied you with some rope and a ladder for this run. They should help with the steeper inclines, and the ladder will also make a halfway decent bridge if you need to cross a river. Right now, I figure you're thinking about how you want to handle this order.
Yeah, well, carry that. Carry on back. Bridge boots. Bridge boots. Okay. Seems fine. Oh wait. Oh fuck.
Sam.
Yes.
Right.
I know. Tool rack. Right. Wait. Oh god, I have so many ladders now. Wait. Oh god, no. Oh god. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. I don't know what I'm doing. Wait. Okay. Accept. Oh god. Okay. Attach your suit? No. Okay. Carry on back. Yep. I know. Okay.
Right now.
Supply is 1 of 5. Okay. Carry on, wait. Do we need to have all 5 ladders? Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay, whatever.
Order assigned.
Nice.
Beginning
Yeah,
scan.
yeah.
Have a pleasant journey.
Thank you.
Sam, triple checked your loadout, I take it?
Tool open HUD. Oh, yes. Alright, nice. Okay. Can I drive one of these? Let me drive. Oh, man.
Have a pleasant journey.
Sam, you see that sign someone left over there? You can leave some of your own if you'd like. Messages, warnings, words of encouragement, whatever comes to mind.
Share with other porters? Oh. Ooh. Here's one shot. Oh. Disk-based media. Tableware. Crypto bytes. Oh. Okay. Okay. Should be fine. Wait, can I just see all these stuff now because of the watchtower?
Sam,
Interesting.
even the best porters have been known to save their cargo. But you're better than the best. You've got what it takes to finish what they started. If you come across any abandoned shipments, consider taking them to their intended destination.
Yep.
It's easier than you might think. See, all our packages are tagged with Bridges IDs for easy tracking. And your Odra deck is equipped with a scanner which might detect said IDs. Which is a roundabout way of saying, but that thing on your shoulder can help you locate mislaid shipments.
Okay.
Remember, Sam, every parcel is a promise made to a person in need. And they're counting on you to deliver.
Yeah, I'll try my best. There's a lot of lost cargo. Can I just drop it off at any terminal? There's so many things here. Holy shit. One more. Hey. Sorry. Maybe. We're fine. Nick Easton. Use postbox started all the delivered lost cargo. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Deliver lost cargo.
Good work, Sam. I see you brought in some lost cargo. Feel free to submit it here for processing. If you come across any more while out on a run and don't think you can carry it to its destination, you can always put it in storage. It'll be safe and secure until another porter comes along to finish the job. Even if it has to pass through a dozen more hands before it arrives, you can rest easy knowing you did your part.
That's cool. 40 if returned, predicted lights 20. If lost cargo is taken to the facility other than its intended destination, the following options can be selected. Entrust a store. Don't do anything. Okay. Select. Don't entrust. Don't entrust me, what? Entrust in I don't know, wait. Entrust a store. Oh. But where is this meant to go? Capital Knot City? Oh, okay. So, cargo. Right. Yes. Okay. Oh, and I can auto do it. So yeah, now I'm like all balanced. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, hold on. Ow! Why slapping me? Okay. Confirm. So now I'm all... Yeah. So if I take this back, then I get more links, apparently. Also, hold on. Let me play some music, because I can do that, apparently. Wait, hold on. Where's my system? Where's my music? Where's my music? Oh. Whatever. Fuck you guys, kid. Cheese. Yes, cheese. Oh, my boots have a certain amount of health and durability. Oh. Interesting. Okay. seems.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Thank you.
Welcome to Capital Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Distribution center or this one? Bro, it's covered in boxes? Yeah, just a little bit.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Hello. Alright, now I can deliver the lost cargo. So now I get the full 40 likes. Okay, let's go.
You that new guy? Sam Bridges? Much obliged. Gotta say, I really appreciate you going the extra mile.
You're welcome. Hell yeah.
Good work, Sam. It seems your connection level is increasing. As your connection level increases, larger quantities of resources will be made available to you at our facilities.
Oh. Nice. Okay. Cool. I don't know what any of that means, but sure. Had a bug split on my windshield? Oh no. Oh! That's cool. Oh, yeah.
Alright, until next time.
Thank you, Nick.
Good work. Sam.
I'm still covered in boxes. Oh, I know. That's my ladders. Oh, yeah. Shit, my bad.
Managed to get that bonus, huh? Wear it with pride. That hat's reserved for Bridges staff who've gone above and beyond. Head on down to your private room if you want to see how it fits.
No, not right now. Alright. Now to traverse all the way back. And actually do what I was meant to be doing. I don't even know which way I'm meant to be going. Remove that one. Remove that one. Post box. Okay. Just go straight there.
Have a pleasant journey.
Name's Sam.
I'm Sam. Can I do what do I do with that? Is that like is that a way like to distract stuff? Maybe. Hey, how do I play my music? Hi, Luna. How you doing now? Oh Lord. Okay. Just drowning the baby a little bit. I'm sorry I missed your stream. I was conked out. Just a little cleaning, running with the game. Oh god. League is not a reward. I'm sorry. Sorry to say. It's not. I need to correct shit wasn't working. Oh, I'm sorry. It is if I place. Oh my gosh. Yeah, alright. SMH. Oh, I gotta do League stream sometime next month. Fuck. No, chat. Chat, no. Oh god, help me. Fuck. Play League with me? You'll have to teach me how to play. Yeah, one of the goals of the charity streams was a League stream.
Sam, remember that prolonged exposure to timefall damages cargo containers. Don't
No, what?
any longer than you have to.
I didn't know that. Oh, fuck. Exposure to temporal renders less effective perimeter, the content risk of being damaged. Shit! How? Well, how am I meant to? Fuck. No, I'm not. I don't know. I'm gonna have to use a ladder. The subject chat to leak. My bad.
Sam, if you come up against a sheer cliff
Yes,
or
I
a
know.
slope, don't forget about the ladder.
Yes, I know.
Be sure to try it out. I'd be interested to see what uses a pro like you might find for it.
Right there. Can't believe I'm gonna be forced to watch. You don't have to. We can bot lane together. I don't even know what that means. My controller's freaking out. Whoa, okay. Alright, okay. No. We'll use that ladder to get back down. Oh god, how am I gonna get up there? I can go around. This is fine. This is fine. Of course you have to. No, you don't. One Drake Pony in League. Oh my lord. Wait for me to get peace. See, I can check. It's just gotta be sometime next month. I gotta get my maid model, my maid outfit model, real quick. Because that was I'm gonna do my maid outfit all next month. The PC though. Can't you play League on like your phone or something? Disconnect from car network. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What's this? Like Easton? Okay. Hold on. Right here. That's not the right way. That's not the right way. Oh, I don't like this. Ah! Be careful. Sam, be careful. Oh my god, Sam, be careful. Oh my god, Sam, be careful. I'm fine. This is working surprisingly better than I thought it'd be. I'm about to run out of rope. Wait, hold on. Oh god. Oh god, Sam. Oh god, Sam. Oh god, Sam. Okay. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Chat, I'm deathly afraid of heights. Ah! Hold on. Okay. Where am I going now? Alright. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nearly there. Ah! Wait! Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Alright. Oh no. I mean, okay, if I could come back for those ones. Shit. Those are really big ones though. God damn. I might come back. I might come back. Oh. The cable. Oh my god, the cable. Dun, 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 dun. If I put it in storage, is storage like a universal thing? I don't think it is. I think it'd have to be like, I think it's a terminal based one. I don't think it'd be universal. Wow. Man, this game was good. Oh my god. Wow. Way station west of Capital.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Terminal. Ink delivery. Private locker.
Your private locker can be used to store cargo and the like.
Do it from the specific terminal you use to store them. Yep, okay. So it's definitely not a universal thing. That's fine. Make delivery. Or cargo is required to be delivered. So I can. He's already okay. Do we think we can make it back with another XO?
Thank you. We've all been feeling the loss of Central Knot City. No one seemed to know what it meant for the organization, or the UCA, or us. The oxytocin will take the edge off, and that'll be a big help. Won't be long before we're back on track. May for luck.
Thank you.
This is great. Thank you again. Yeah, everything looks to be in good order. And soon our way station will be too, I hope.
Hell yeah. 50%. It's all good? All good? Nice. Alright. Oh yeah. It's all good. Alright. Essa.
You're with the second team, right? Where are the others?
Dead. Caught in the void out.
No way. That one blast got them all? And what, they just sent you out on your own? I mean, if it was just a delivery, that'd be one thing. Porters come through from time to time, but... The second team was meant to bring the Cupid. They were gonna connect us up. 3 years we've been waiting for help. 3 years! And they sent us one guy who's... Shit. Tell me you brought more than the Oxy, at least.
I've got...
You...
Oh.
Really? So it's true. They finally got it working. Well, then you just might be the answer to my prayers. So what are you waiting for? You put us on the goddamn grid.
Patience, man. Interesting. Okay. Eastern region. Oh. That's how far I traveled, and that's how far across it is? It's not that bad. Alright, we might actually be able to make some decent progress. Way station west of capital. Nice. Yeah. I can construct post boxes now? Oh. Nice. Hell yeah. This area is now connected to Chiral network, enabling you to see and access other player structures. Ooh. Hell yeah.
Connection to
George
Capital,
Patton.
not City, confirmed. It's really happening. Just like Amelie promised. We can finally do what we came here to do. Hey, you're headed west, right? Gonna be a lot of people happy to see you. Guess you'll keep on till you hit the coast, huh? Which means you'll get to see Amelie in person. Oh, that's something. That is really something. Me, I've never met her. Only seen her holo messages back when I was with the first expedition. Well, anyway, you best be careful on the road. There's some bad people out there. More than good, some say. But I don't need to tell you that.
Thank you, Sam. By bringing that way station into the Chiral network, you've put it in direct contact with those of us back here in Capital Knot City.
Right. What's next?
West of the way station are a couple of structures our previous expedition put in place. And beyond them is your next destination, Port Knot City. It's on the shore of a crater lake that formed after the first void out. Your objective is to link up Port and Capital Knot. But to do that, you'll need to utilize our facilities as additional waypoints. They'll be essential for establishing a stable connection. Given the distance we need to cover, we're looking at using a distribution center and a power station, as to which you should head for first. Start with the distro center. We've got some cargo that needs delivering anyway. Check the nearby delivery terminal to pick it up.
Okay.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
Your hard work's paying off,
Fabricating
Sam.
equipment.
Thanks to the increase in network capacity, HQ is now in a position to provide you with additional materials and support. Should prove useful.
Okay. Fabricate equipment from a share locker.
Sam, you can use share lockers to exchange cargo with other porters.
Okay. Interesting. Whoa. Broken Pants is a lot. Oh. Broken Pants. Gooba Dooba. Are these like actual players? $63. Is that a baton in your pocket? You just let me see.
Looks like some cargo has been transported to its destination on your behalf.
Oh.
You can access the share locker to collect it.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Shit.
Sam, you can use that PCC to build a post box.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Okay. Path was laid down by. Path you laid down was used by someone. Oh, okay. That's cool. I can't tell if this is like in-game stuff or if it's actually like real players using this stuff. Oh god, that's so far. Oh no. I was gonna go collect some. Oh lord. Incinerator. Online climbing anchor. It is. Oh. That's really cool. I could put them in the share thing. Or in the private locker, because this is like the closest one. Place in private locker. Alright, select multiple. Because then I can come back for them later, right? Place in private. Yes. Nice. orders. Orders for Sam. Construction postbox. Oh, I can construct it. Oh, okay. 6. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
To build a post box, you'll need to use a PCC. It goes without saying, but if you're not already carrying a PCC, you'll want to fabricate one.
I'll do that. Acquire one. Fabricate this equipment. Yes, please. Thank you. Nice. Load all. We'll auto arrange that. Nice. All right.
Order assigned. Sam, assuming you've got your PCC in order.
Oh, that's all the way down there. Shit. I'm sure it's fine.
Head to the site I designated and build that post box, would you? You should have no trouble finding it if you check your map and compass from time to time.
Oh lord.
Restrictions lifted.
Perfect. Yeah. PP right here. Oh, there's resins up here. Nice. Way station. Oh, that's the way station right there. Okay. We can do that in a second. Oh lord, there's so much going on. Order some cufflinks. See the orders to do this. Okay. Cop cuties, cuties on duty. Go ahead, light me up. Arrest me, but make it sexy. Ah! Oh my god, hold on. Jesus Christ. Wait, I gotta drink my energy drink. Oh no, it's raining. Shit. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Sam, I see you've arrived at the designated site. Good. When you're ready to proceed, activate your PCC.
Yeah, I know how to use it. Okay.
Good work, Sam. That's a...
Clean cargo. Oh. True. Construction. Oh. Okay. Nice. Okay. Oh, we're gonna do a little bit of stuff. Ooh! Careful. No, the ads. I apologize. That's fine. We're gonna keep going. Wait, hold on. Oh god, we're fine. Wait, hold on. Hold on, Sam. Holy shit. This cargo is for the way station, right? Yes, okay. Jesus, I was about to say. I feel like I should pick that stuff up though, because it might be getting damaged. Oh, but it's all extra large stuff. Shit. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to carry any of that. Oh god, oh god. Get this one there, and that one. Hello, controller, bye. Controller, bye. How are you doing that? Oh my god, my controller. My controller, my controller, my controller!
Get it together.
Why? Why? Soothe? We're fine. Rock bye baby. You're okay. Oh my god. My fucking stupid controller kept disconnecting. God, man. Oh, that's too much. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. We're fine. Never mind, we're not fine. God damn it. Ah, shit. Old books. Fuck your stupid books. You don't need that. Offload. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. I didn't do it. Oh my god. I need your books. Ah! Oh my god, be careful. Be careful. We're fine. Everything's fine. Old magazines. Hopefully that's not as much weight. Oh yeah, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine.
Too close.
We're fine.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Nice. Make delivery. Deliver lost cargo. Yeah, all these ones.
I'm so glad you're here. Gotta say, you truly are
There you go. Thank you. Handler. People think of you as a porter who can be relied upon for basic orders. Time never everybody you recognize as true legend. Oh yeah. Nice. You're welcome.
Good work.
Let me have a look. Where are we going? Online sign, good work, BB. That's cute. Bon voyage. Oh, Lord. Okay. Watchtower. What did the watchtowers do? Quiet upgrade. Oh, Lord. Mules. I didn't know there was online stuff.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
BB looks happy. Oh,
Someone's happy.
cute.
Over here!
Oh, my bad. Oh my god. I'll get to this next one and then I gotta be right back. Why am I losing health? Oh my god, my controller. Hi there.
Heads up, Sam. Your cargo's been pinged.
Shit.
Move. Now, before someone has
Fuck. Oh shit. Okay.
Get to your destination ASAP if you don't want to get caught.
Well, this is a really good time for my controller to be disconnecting. Ah, shit. I don't know where to go. Fuck. Leave me alone, please. Leave me alone, please. Leave me alone, please. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, fuck. 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 No, stop, 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 stop. Shit. Oh, piss off, will you fucking... Oh my god. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Go, 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 go. Yeah, you better run. Ah, shit. Okay. Oh, stop.
Good thing it was raining. Even they know better than to mess with BTs.
I've always heard the best of time for bitches. Yep, 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 yep. Take delivery. Deliver box cargo. Oh, come on, stop it. Why? Ooh. Oh, that's a little bait. Where am I at? Oh god. We're fine. Oh god. We're fine. Whoa. Oh shit. Oh god, what's going on? Oh fuck. No, not right now. I don't know why, but my fucking controller's being weird. I like this. Go, 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 go. No, wait, no, 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 no. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, fuck off. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, fuck off. Chat, I don't know. What the fuck is... What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh god. Oh my god. What the fuck am I doing? Yeah, just go, just go, just go, just go, just go. Oh my god. Oh my god, why? Stop it. My controller's being fucking stupid. You okay? You okay? Shake the baby. Shake the baby. Okay. That was fucking stupid.
Something wrong, Sam?
I don't know. Kid doesn't look so hot.
Nothing to worry about. Its functions are temporarily suspended, but they can be restored. I can perform the necessary maintenance at a distribution center. Hurry, though.
Stay with me, BB.
Autotoxema? Oh god, no. BB, what's wrong with you?
When the strain on your BB exceeds sustainable levels, it triggers the production of harmful compounds, and the body, in essence, begins to attack itself. It's called autotoxemia. If your BB's not performing to spec, drop by your private room and see if the incubator helps.
Why are you sleeping? Yeah. Capital Nazi. Oh hell yeah.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain on until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Decontaminating suit. Rest is advised.
I shall get the rest. Make delivery, request cargo.
Way station folks told me all about you. Sam Bridges, with the second expedition, right? The guy expanding the chiral network on his lonesome, when he's not out making deliveries. So what'd you bring us? Let's see it.
Talk about above and beyond. Thanks. Must have had to pass through BT territory to get here too, didn't you? Joking when I said you.
Wow. Not my fucking fault that they fucking attacked me. Still got S though.
Okay, it's time. Do you mind connecting us to the network?
I don't know why my controller's doing this. Yippee! Number 3. God. If that's number 3, there's gonna be so many next. Why? Stop.
As
Oh
always,
my god, this controller.
thanks for bringing more folks into the UCA.
Bridge babies. Okay. That's a lot of stuff.
Looks like we're on the chiral network. And with those materials you brought for our chiral printer,
Benjamin
we can
Hancock.
produce supplies for you here as needed. Think of it as our way of returning the favor. Now head west and keep on doing what you do.
Thank you.
Good. The distro center is on the network.
Sam, do me a favor. Take your BB to a private room and connect it to the incubator.
Okay.
Good work.
Sorry, hey, in a log it, we're fine. Recycle. Oh. Oh. Interesting.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
Dead man, you there? Little help?
Okay, Sam. Remove the pod and connect it to that incubator.
It's in.
Good. A temporary excessive stress. Easily addressed if we return it to its mother's womb.
Mother?
Located in the capital Knot City ICU. Brain dead, of course.
You mean still mother?
Correct. A still mother's womb facilitates a connection between the world of the dead and the BB. And you, in turn, connect yourself to a BB, granting you the ability to sense BTs. These pods were designed to simulate the conditions inside a still mother's womb. BBs need to believe they're in one at all times to function properly. However, we can only maintain this deception for so long, which is why we must periodically update the environmental data by synchronizing it with a still mother via the chiral network. There. The update is in progress. Right now, the pod is synchronizing with the still mother in capital Knot City and reconfiguring its settings based on the latest data. Returning your BB to the womb in this manner will temporarily reduce its stress levels. That being where it technically belongs, of course.
Kid looks happy.
I'll try adjusting the oxytocin dosage. Autotoxemia should set in much slower from now on.
That's so sweet. Looks like an alien. Oh, stop it, Anxious.
You should remember that BBs are just equipment. Try not to get attached.
Oh.
Each one has been physically removed from its steel mother's womb. A process that renders them unpredictable and prone to failure. No BB on record has remained in service for over a year. It may need to be retired before this expedition is over.
Wonder what happened to your character?
You saying
He
there's no way
swam
to
in a
keep my
big
BB alive?
lake of chiral
You must understand,
fluid.
there
what
is
it's
still
called.
a great deal we don't know about BBs. As we expand the chiral network and recover more past data, perhaps we'll find our answers. Oh, right. You asked me to look into why the BTs might be reacting to your blood. I spoke with Hartman. We should have your results soon. Anyway, get some rest. You and your BB are both exhausted. Good night, Sam.
He had to handcuff himself. He has to handcuff himself to the bed. What the fuck?
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Sam? Can you see me?
How are things over there?
Still not under guard, still not chained up, still can't leave. But if you can keep making connections, if you can get to me, we can go back east, back home. Thank you. I mean that.
Kinky?
It's bad.
I'm pretty sure they're
There are
siblings.
fewer and fewer people in the cities these days.
Bandito!
No one's having
Hey!
children anymore.
Long time no
But
see. How you
humans
doing?
aren't made for living alone. They're supposed to come together, to help one another. And if we as a people can't do that,
Okay, game
if we
so
can't
far. Just started myself. It's very fun. It's very fun.
then, well, it's like Bridget said, extinction.
Come on. Rebuilding America isn't gonna get rid of the BTs. As long as they're still around, there's no escaping it.
But at least we'll have hope. I'll be waiting, Sam.
Are they siblings? I don't know.
Waiting for you.
I return
Come and
for
find
my
me.
experience. Jesus Christ. I think they're siblings. That would make sense. I have to come back to
Hello, Sam. This is Hartman.
just to make sure, you know.
It might behoove you to freshen up. To that end, why not take a shower? It's good for the body and soul, and also my research as it happens.
What I miss? Not much. I might have to go be right back real quick. Go wash some dishes.
Sam, this is Hartman.
Butt naked.
Get my relay your request to me, as I oversee DT research.
Emphasis on the butt.
I'll be taking a sample of your shower
Oh my god.
Study other people with dooms?
Everyone in Bridges, myself and Mama. Results thus far are inconclusive. But you possess other singular qualities, being a repatriate as well. I must confess to a measure of optimism.
Processing fluids.
Please. Oh, the model, by the way, thank you. How have you been?
There. Take the sample with you. Should the opportunity arise, try using it on a BT. I'm curious to see how they react.
Okay.
Who knows? It may even prove
Just be
beneficial
taking
to
a
you.
bath in
There was
black
an
water,
old research
black
paper
toilet
detailing
water.
the effects of bodily
You
fluids
go
from
put a map
individuals
in
like
the-
us on BT.
Oh, my own thing was chasing it. It was kind of
It is
crazy.
only by recovering these materials that
Female,
we can
that's good.
unearth the knowledge of the past.
Oh my god.
Not just the Death Stranding, but also the mystery of your body's unique
He said that
properties
thing.
and
He said that thing.
there may
He
well
said
be
it.
hope for humanity. Sam, I have no interest in rebuilding America. I want to recover the past. Oh,
Who is this again?
it's almost time.
After you make your connections and nothing happens, then what? I said, then what?
Oh well.
Sam, sorry to
I got a
bother you while you're
grenade?
taking a
What
break,
the fuck?
but I figured you'd want to hear this. Hell, maybe it'll help you rest easier. We received a number of messages addressed to you. Now, I've not taken a look myself, but I gather they're mostly from your clients. You should see if they contain any useful information. Mail can be accessed via your cufflinks, as well as the terminal in your private room. There's something else I'd like to share with you. With the Chiral Network, we now have the power to reclaim our past. Data once thought lost forever from every corner of America can be pieced back together from fragmented records. Our archives are still a work in progress, of course. But as we expand the network and integrate more way stations and cities, we'll be able to recover more and more information, such as the previous expedition's logs and reports. Everything they sent back was lost when Central Knot City was destroyed. Now, we've managed to restore some already, in fact. You can access them from a private room terminal or your cufflinks by selecting Archives.
Okay.
Might make for interesting reading.
Sure thing. What are you pointing at? What are you pointing at, Sam? What? Oh my god, though. Don't wink at me. Alright, hold on. Alright, we'll play some Bring Me the Horizon real quick. I'll be right back, chat.
Some resist the future, some refuse the past. Either way, it's messed up if we can't unplug the fact that the world covered in cables was never right to last. So don't act so surprised when the program starts to crash. How do I form a connection when we can't even shake hands? You're like a phantom greeting me. We plot in the shadows, hang out in the gallows, stuck in a loop for eternity. Do you know why the flowers never bloom? Will you retry or let the pain resume? I need a new leader, we need a new looter. So come outside, it's time to see the light. It's out of sight, but never out of mind. I need a new leader, we need a new looter. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but soon the sting will pass. But names can dig so many graves, you won't know where to stand. And I don't feel secure no more unless I'm being followed. And the only way to hide myself is to kill the show. How do I form a connection?
Check the order on the delivery terminal as soon as you're ready.
Why is he yapping? Oh my god. Hold on.
Alright. Close the connection.
How do I...
Close the connection.
You want sleep token?
Close the connection.
I'll put on sleep token. Alright. Bring Me the Horizon's overrated anyways. And they're stinky. Alright. I'll be right back. I'll be like 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere, chat. Okay? Oh wait, do we want new album or? Yeah, yeah. I'll put them. I'll put them. Even in Arcadia. All right. Everything's broken, chat. Hold on. Oh my god. It's because of this stupid fucking PlayStation controller. Why? I'll go here on the shoreline. I don't know why it was. Okay, whatever. I think you guys can. Bye. Give me a second. Someone is downloading and supposed to play stinky Wi-Fi. No, I'm sorry. I'm back, chat. I hope you didn't miss me too much. Hi, Carp. Hi, Spirit. Hi, Anxious. Hi, Siren. Don't worry, I didn't miss you. Define too much? I don't know. I know some of you guys weep when I go. I'm kidding. Hi. It's okay, chat. I'm not very missable. In more ways than one. So I hope he's enjoyed your sleep token break. What are we doing? We already had a shower, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Alright, we're fine. That's going on the floor right now. Yeah. Simply not true, you are miserable. Yeah. Yep. Oh, you said missable. My bad. I thought you said miserable.
We are.
When are we gonna?
Release your son just yet. Believe me when I tell you it's for the best.
When is there a cutscene with Mads Mikkelsen and Norman Reedus? Okay.
Sam,
You say so.
out of curiosity, how's it doing at the moment?
Before I answer that,
Something wrong?
when I hook up my BB, I see things.
What kind of things?
Like a face, someone I don't know, calling to me. There's this room, too. With
You
other
should know
people
him, Norman.
talking, but I can't make out the words.
Bleed-through effect. Didn't I warn you about this? You're mistaking the BB's memories for your own. They're false flashbacks, nothing more. Let me explain. A BB is harvested from its steel mother at around 28 weeks and placed in a pod. To be clear, this is before it's even born. The
Oh God, I'm
procedure
lagging.
halts its development. But even at 28 weeks, its sensory systems have matured enough to process external stimuli. It is more than capable of encoding this information into memories, which can bleed into yours via your connection.
So who's the man I saw?
Someone from the medical team, maybe? Or a BB technician? Does it matter? The BB has been in circulation for a while
Mads
now.
Mikkelsen.
It's been handled by a lot of people. How should I know which one made an impression?
'Cause you're the expert.
No one's an expert, Sam. BBs were developed decades ago in secret. They're your quintessential black boxes. We may use them, but we don't truly understand them. Believe me.
I had
I've been
everything
trying
about
to
the
learn
stillness
more, but
and
almost all
PVs.
of the old records are gone.
They freaked me out, yeah.
If I find anything out, I'll
Here
tell
but not
you,
here, that's
right?
okay. Thank you for the
Dead man's
looks,
honor.
Iron.
Sam,
What cargo am I holding? Hold on. Oh, the resins and stuff. I
check the
might
delivery terminal
store
and review the
those.
list of orders.
While you're resting, I ran some network diagnostics. Beryllium monitoring and holographic systems are nominal. Unfortunately, our printer is offline. I know. After all the trouble you went through to bring us those materials. This one's on us. We ordered a part a while back, but it never arrived. The printer needs it to communicate with the chiral network. Mules must have snatched it, caught that porter en route or something. If I'm right, they'll have taken it to their drop site, which is smack dab in the middle of their territory.
I don't want to go there.
Don't suppose you'd be up for stealing us our property back?
Oh.
Can't think of anyone more qualified than you.
Damn it. Okay, hold on. Share lookup clean cargo. Oh, dude. No, don't offload it. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Where's the code? I just undid all the stuff I just did. Private locker confirmed. No, don't recycle. Fabricate equipment. Oh yeah, true. Oh, that's all the way over there. Fuck. Recovery. Oh no. Okay.
Mama's added a watchtower schematic to your PCC. If you don't have it on you, consider fabricating one. You never know when you'll need to recon an area.
Okay. Thank you, Cap.
That thing you're holding is a crystal collector. Now, as the name suggests, it provides secure storage for any crystals you gather.
Oh, okay. Thanks for lurking.
Allow me to describe your quarry. Chiral crystals appear gold to the naked eye and are frequently found in formations resembling human handprints. Surrounding rocks and debris tend to float a few feet above the ground. And they are most commonly found in areas with high precipitation. Got all that? Rain, floating rocks, golden handprints. That's your trifecta. Look for these three things and you'll find the crystals.
Yes, I know.
If you've been especially observant, then perhaps you already know where to look.
Order assigned.
Okay.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Oh, is that a... the, samurai symbol from Cyberpunk.
Good morning, Sam.
Can I ride this bike?
Restrictions lifted.
Sam? Seems like that bike's auto-charging unit is busted. If you want to take it for...
Sam, chiral crystals are pretty small and can be difficult to spot with the naked eye. I'd advise you to use your ultra deck to point you in the right direction. If you want to survey a wider area, though, you might consider building a...
Hold on, oh my lord.
watchtower and relying on its sensors.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, just a bit further now.
Oh, what? Wait, what? Oh, fuck. I have no clue where I'm meant to be going. Fresh water. Online Rhythms, capital city. It's not this, is it? Ah, this one. Shit. We're going the wrong way. My controller's doing this shit again. Oh my god, just go, just go, just go, just go, just go, just go, just go. Oh wait, fuck! Ah, fuck! We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Oh. We're fine. Am I right? Okay. Alright. We gotta go this way. It's a further way. I think further. I don't know where. This one. Okay. Damn, this game is good.
Beginning scan. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Call it a rule or a habit, but most mules almost always bring stolen shipments home with them. Find the post box, steal back the cargo. Simple as that.
Okay.
But be careful. These guys are armed. If this goes sideways, be ready to fight.
How do I fight? Attack? Really knocked the Makoshis over. Okay. I don't have any guns. As of yet.
Anybody hear me?
Why does he sound like Fry? Large pizza for icy wiener. Silently render enemies unconscious. Oh, okay. Ow! We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're just gonna mules.
Mule drop sites are rarely deserted, so remaining undetected is key. Keep a low profile and move slowly to minimize noise.
Shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna Metal Gear Solid up in this bitch. Hold up. Oof, that's so expensive. So much dirt. Oh god. What's up here? Oh, that's very useful. Thank you. Very useful. Thank you. I only saw that one enemy. Oh, there's another one here. Jesus Christ, Sam. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me right now. Bind human enemies from behind. And parry attacks. Okay. Oh, oh! Damn! Good shit, good shit. Nice. Nice. Oh my god, there's so much stuff in here. Oh, attach to put on full rest. And then this one. Oh, upgrade. There's so much stuff here. Oh god, that's at my limit now. Shit. Oh no. Okay. Oh. Oh, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. Oh god. Let me auto adjust it real quick. Shit. Oh no. Then turn around. Nice. There's another post box here. Oh. Delivery. No, whatever. How the heck am I gonna get back up there? We'll figure it out. No big deal. Tend to break fairly easily. Ow. Someone needs to take me away from Tumblr so I can get up and feed cats and shower. You got this, Anxious. Me and Fanfic and it's so cute, but I don't want to stop. Oh my god. What is it about? I'm fine.
Mules. Damn addicts chasing a cargo high. Shame we gotta deal with their bullshit at all. Back in the day, AI did everything. Deliveries were handled by unmanned vehicles and drones. All we had to do was sit back and let them work. It was revolutionary, damn near singularity. No reason for it not to take off, but it didn't. People didn't like it when we took the human element out of the service industry. So, after some consideration, we put it back in. It made jobs no one really needed and gave them to folks who couldn't live without them. And from there, it snowballed. Now we got cults of cargo-chasing crazies who get off on always on the lookout.
Oh my god, my controller.
Make sure you're not him.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Sam, Cairo crystal deliveries are a little different from usual. The process is pretty simple, though. Access the delivery terminal to drop off any Cairo crystals you're carrying.
I wish my PlayStation controller wasn't fucking freaking me out.
You know Chris Hansen? Catch a Predator? I'm Chris Hansen from To Catch a Predator.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch this.
Diddy, or should I call you by your secret screen name?
Time to get... Sorry to push you through so much trouble, but trust me, it'll be worth it. Excellent. The unit doesn't have a scratch on it.
Is it gonna be
Never tell
baby
you
oil?
come through for us. Sam, how are your shoes holding up? Not too well, I imagine.
And craft my
Conditions being
shoes.
what they are.
My boyfriend hasn't talked to me all
Nothing
day.
ruins your day like shoes falling
At all
apart while you're on the
today.
job.
Oh my gosh.
Carry on like that, and it's only a matter of time before you injure yourself.
I'm sorry.
I've arranged for boots to be added to your supplies. Bridges standard issue, so they ought to fit you fine. You should always carry an extra pair. But if you forget or run into trouble, you can fabricate another via a terminal at one of our many facilities.
Alright. Thank you. New hologram data. Interesting. Okay. Yippee.
See you around.
Congratulations, Sam. I understand you now have access to a chiral printer. An extraordinarily useful device that can only function because of the manner in which our network utilizes the beach, enabling us to transfer massive volumes of data instantaneously. Since under normal circumstances, such transfers would take hours, if not days, some have speculated that the chiral network might, in essence, be a time machine. That it is transmitting data into the past. Suffice it to say, we have yet to fully grasp the fundamental nature of the network and the beach which we have come to rely upon. One might liken our relationship with it to that of primitive mans with fire. Is it useful? Quite. Is it dangerous? Undeniably so. Nevertheless, we have decided that the reward outweighs the risk. Furthermore, as the BTs are linked to the beach, it stands to reason that further study and experimentation could be of considerable benefit. The same can be said regarding you, of course. Rest assured, I will keep you apprised of what I learn. You have my word.
Okay.
Good work.
Thank you. Oh god, Jesus. Careful, Sam. Holy shit. Clay materials from Siliki. Chiral crystals required. Available. Interesting. Okay. Fabricate equipment. Why stop?
Your work is greatly appreciated.
Jesus Christ, that was loud. Get some rest, man. Damn.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning. Stop. I can change this color scheme. Ooh. Oh wow. That's cool. Bring Port Knox City into the current. Check the cargo crystal to distribute that. Oh yeah.
Still got work to do, Sam.
Recycle. Just do all of them, I guess.
Got some chiral crystals for us? These crystals only form in places with elevated chiralium levels, which makes me wonder if expanding the network has something to do with it. Damn, son. That is a lot of crystals. Maintenance and R&D will both get their fill, looks like.
You're welcome. Chiral symmetry? Wait, I can build a bridge. Whoa.
Excess chiral crystals can be deposited at any facility. They'll be added to the stores held on site. These local stores include materials that you can draw upon to fabricate equipment as needed.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Oh, before I forget, this is for you.
What is it?
That's container repair spray for patching up cargo containers. Good for dealing with timefall degradation and all that. Useful stuff if you and your cargo have been through the ringer. We've added it to your supplies list, so it's readily available.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
BC.
Seen you do.
There is a correlation between elevated chiralium levels and increased crystal formation. This may well be the result of the network's expansion. You needn't worry though. Local chiral density is still within an acceptable range. If you find any more, be sure to collect it. You'll be well rewarded.
If you come into more chiral crystals, you can submit them at one of our facilities. And you can deposit other resources too, along with any items you don't need. Everything has its value. What we don't use as is can be broken down into components for R&D and other applications.
Okay. Sounds good. How do we go about doing that though? So recycle. Is metal something? Yep. Are they chiral crystals? That's fine.
Thank you for your continued support.
You're welcome.
Your
Oh
PCC.
my gosh.
The first step is laying the. Take a give it a.
Okay.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright. Let's see if I can take orders. What is this? Sam, PAL, supply unit delivery. Shit. Construction bridge. Collection cargo discovered in the road factory. Oh my god, they're so far away. We do that one and this one. Alright. Fine. And back. My controller. You're fine, Sam.
Order assigned. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Okay, Sam. Make your way to the designated construction area for the bridge. The foundation should already be in place. With your help, we'll have the thing finished in no time. There should be a terminal nearby. Access it to submit additional materials. Sam, looks like you found the site. There should be a terminal nearby. Access it to submit additional materials.
Oh! Okay. Is this the terminal? No. Structure menu. Oh. A door. Okay. Nice. Whoa. Whoa, boy. Damn. That's sick.
Bravo, Sam. That bridge should make life easier for a lot of people. You can be sure that every traveler and porter who passes that way will put it to good use. Keep an eye out for other spots that could do with another well-placed bridge.
Very nice. I think that's the, yeah. No received. Oh my gosh.
God damn it.
You're fine, Sam. You're fine. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. Who's whistling? Is that you whistling? Is that you whistling? BB enjoyed Sam's whistling. Oh, was cute though. That's very cute. Oh wait, oh I'm going the wrong way. Oh, whatever. This way. Fine. Everything's fine. PlayStation was Why is my... Stop it. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Oh, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is there again. Stop it. Yeah, wait. They're fine. Everything's fine.
There we go.
Oh, Lord, that's... Ow! Oh my... Good job, Sam. This one's playing music. Need delivery. I might as well. Oh, 110. Oh, that's so far away there. Oh no. No. No, we'll just... Yeah, we'll trust those ones. Okay. Let me grab this one. Oh god. Oh, it's fine. Just keep going. Turn around, Sam. Turn around, Sam. I think it'd literally be easier if I just pick this one up. Alright, alright, alright. No, not all of it. Oh my god, not all of it. It's a... Jesus Christ. We won't worry about delivering them to like the proper places, unless they're like right next to us. Oh come on! Stop. Claim cargo. Oh god. No. Okay. No, 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 no.
That was close.
That's where we gotta go? Damn, this game looks good. Farm. Oh my god, it's all the way over there? What the fuck? Holy shit, that's so far away. Okay. Oh, be careful. Holy fucking shit. We're fine. Oh no. 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 Where? Fine. Oh no. Come on. Not right now.
Yeah, I feel you.
Avoid them. Okay. Oh my god, stop. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. BB, BB, quiet. Quiet. We're fine. No, wait, I didn't mean to spin. Oh my god, go. Oh god, no. Stop. Okay. Holy shit. My controller, stop it. I'm fine.
Breathe easy, Sam. You're
I'm fine.
clear of BG territory.
Oh, thank god.
The Death
Okay.
Stranding's to blame for all of this.
He said the thing.
Lasers, the fall of America, everything. It warped the world beyond recognition. Humanity had to scramble like rats fleeing a sinking ship. But to go. There's no future living like this. If we're to survive,
Sorry to cut you off.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you. With this unit, we should be able to power the distro center via the chiral network. Other places too, if it works. Here's how we can put our electricity to good use.
Blink.
Mind if I have a look?
Of course.
Incredible. How'd you get this here? You fly?
No, I walked.
All we need now is a connection to the chiral network. Go for it.
But here's the walker. It makes sense. Oh my god, my controller. Give me a hard time.
Network bandwidth is a limited resource, and every structure you build consumes it. However, as you increase your connection level, the bandwidth available to you will increase as well.
Uh-huh. You strand, hell yeah. Confirm. Build generators. Nice, okay. Whoa. Damn.
About time we did our part. Thanks again. You know, I heard the rest of your team was wiped out. Makes what you're doing all the more incredible. You're a one-man expedition. I hope Amelie's doing as well as you. Wonder if she made it to Edgenot City yet. It was her that put us in charge of the wind farm. I was with the group bringing up the rear while Amelie led the way. I've never met her in person, but it was an honor to travel with her all the same. When you see her, feel free to tell her I said so, huh?
Sam, got a moment? I ran an experiment with your blood. It seems you were onto something. After dispersing an aerosolized sample of your blood in BT territory, we observed reduced activity. While this is hardly definitive, as we have no other repatriates to whom we can turn for additional testing, it does suggest that the bodily fluids of repatriates are repellent to BTs. Mama had the idea of developing a weapon to test this theory. The prototype should be ready soon, and when it is, we'd like you to test it.
Sam, this is the perfect opportunity. We've almost got the whole region on the chiral network. All that's left is Port Knot City. Return to Capital Knot City so you can pick up relief supplies for Port Knot. When you arrive, we can give you the completed prototype in person. One other thing. It's not very often porters get out to that wind farm. While you're there, you should pick up any outstanding orders. No sense coming all the way back here empty-handed if there's work to be done. Okay. Have a look at that delivery terminal.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
You're right. I'm resting. Why no? Massage shoulders. Oh. Nice. Stretch your legs.
Rest for the wicked.
I just realized it's resting because the time full. My bad. Oh my god, stop.
Congrats, Sam. On open
Fucking,
orders.
oh my god, this controller.
While they're not as high priority as the ones specifically assigned to you, If you're already heading a certain way and you have room to spare, it couldn't hurt to do a little more, right? Just because they're not mission critical doesn't mean... So why not do a good deed or two?
Okay. Oh my gosh.
That's a request for material transport. By helping the facility replenish its stores, you'll gain access to a greater share of the materials on site. Give, and you shall receive.
Okay. Oh, so it just wants me to... That's fine. Yeah, I can do that eventually once I make my way back to Capital Knot. Oh my god. Stop it.
Hey, great work. That wind farm you've brought into the network is essential for our continued expansion. By way of reward, I've added a little something to your PCC. A generator option. Generators recharge the batteries of all nearby devices.
Oh, okay.
That includes machines, bikes, and other battery-powered vehicles.
Yippee. Oh, I'm not gonna have enough. Oh, just over the limit. Shit.
Order assigned.
Damn it.
Sam, I see you've decided to take on several orders at once. If you're not sure how you want to handle it, open your eyes
Whoa!
via your cuff links. There you can sort your active orders by distance from your current position. Should help you plan an efficient route.
Oh my gosh. YTPC Death Gamer, thank you for the raid. How's your stream? Spin, yeah. Okay. Welcome in, raiders. We don't need one of these. These ones are fine. Oh shit, wait. Oh no. Yeah, we'll just go with that, man. Ugh. Careful. Right. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Hold on. Is there any like bikes or anything here? Oh god, I'm gonna have to go back through BT territory. Shit. Online bridge, a nice post box. Well, this is gonna be a bitch and a half, but we got this.
Someone's happy.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright, we got this. Oh my god, if my controller doesn't fucking fuck itself. Okay. Give me a second. Why? Why? Controller, can you stop? Thank you. Controller. Oh my fucking god. Now it's even doing it. It's just doing it to piss me off. It's doing it to piss me off. I'm telling you. Oh, and now you don't even want to work. Wow.
Sam.
What the fuck? I don't have any. I guess I could try and use this one. That would make sense. Oh, fuck. It's the cable. Let me see if I can go grab another cable.
Oh, it was about to drop.
I'm back. Welcome back, Anxious. Is this gonna behave this time? Oh no, I'm sorry for the ads. Oh shit. What? Is the audio still working? Hopefully. Yep, this is fine. Alright. It's still working, thankfully.
Alright, time to go.
Oh god, careful, 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 careful. Holy shit. Real careful. Is there gonna be BTs? I hope not. We should be fine. How are we gonna get up there? Wait. Oh god. climbing it go?
Looks like a way through.
Oh yeah, oh, I see. What are you up to? Showering. How's your shower? Oh god. Okay. Climb! Climb! Very slow. Yeah. I just noticed my DualSense controller. God, I love the DualSense. It's really good. And it's on strong as well. Like I can barely notice it, but I can notice it. It's barely noticeable. Oh Lord, oh God. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Standing. No, wait. I'm fine. Wait. Oh fuck. We're fine. Fuck. Man. Oh, come on. You got this. Come on, you got this. Come on. Come on. Okay. Good job. Where am I going? Oh! Oh, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Ah! Stop! Ah, this is a good time for the music to kick in. Don't pause the music. Oh. No, don't stall the PCC. The music better stop playing again. Ah, thank God. Lego set has been built, took me 2.5 hours. Damn. Was it like a small Lego set? Or like a reasonable size? You did say you spent $100 on this. I'd say it's. I'd imagine it was like a reasonably signed. I've got a set, but nothing good. Pretty big, 479 pieces of value. That's pretty decent. It's a Lego Star Wars set, I think. We're fine. Lego so much. For the longest time, I wanted to get the. Actually, I'm not gonna say. I don't want to geek out. Taking a break in a private room. Ah, that's a good idea. Do it tell. God, I can barely fucking. This music's a little too loud. I'll say it once I'm inside the distribution center. I have an off-brand came out mini blocks that I still haven't really started. The Ghostbusters Firehouse. It's like a. I don't know how big of a set it was, but it was like $500 when it was available. So it was a very expensive set. Ghostbusters Firehouse. I love Ghostbusters. I know about that one. Oh god, it's. Oh, it's a bit expensive now. Holy shit. I could have bought this for $500. Fuck. I think it's discontinued now, so. Yeah, it retired. 2018. Holy shit. How many pieces were in it? 4,634 pieces. Damn. No, yeah.
Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Went to the Lego Star Wars Expedition in Melbourne.
Decontamination. Footwear condition 4. Replacement is advised.
Really want a new. I really want to. Lego Dalmatian puppy that came out. That's cute. Wait, look at it. Meow 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 meow. Oh wait. If this is the one you're talking about, that's so cute. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh, that one's so cute as well. These are adorable. My mini box is 1,000+ pieces. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Link delivery. Question. Yep. Okay. Said I got the picture makes it look small, but it was way bigger than I imagined. Let's go.
Back, are you?
You sent a picture of it?
Delivery's in damn fine shape.
Oh, you did? Oh, that's sick. Nice. I got a lurk. Oh no. It's okay. Thanks for lurking.
See you around.
I'm gonna miss you.
Good work.
Okay.
New order available.
Oh, that's a weight off
Please
my
access
shoulders. Okay.
this delivery terminal for further information.
I don't know what I'm doing now. Cycle.
By handing. Now these materials.
Oh my god. I know. We can recycle those ones. Since they're about to give out anyways. Okay.
Thank you for your contribution.
Oh, I'm barefoot. We don't want to be barefoot. Don't do that. Embrace me, but make it sexy. I'm barefoot. Got me cigarettes. Back for the good times. Oh lord. Okay, where am I meant to be going now? I need to literally take on. Yes. I have to go all the way back to Capital Knot. Fuck. I guess that's fine. At least I have a bike now, so that's fine. Yeah, there's a way there.
We're issuing this. Bear in mind that it requires battery power to function.
Oh.
You should use the.
That's fine. Am I carrying another damn ladder? Oh my god.
Order assigned.
Ow. Hey, Jay. 60? Holy shit, wait. Oh, I just can't do that. Fuck. I'll drop like a letter or something. That's fine.
Order assigned.
I'm still over? Oh my god. Ranked? I'm not playing ranked. Get out of here.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Be careful.
Hey, Sam. You could probably get that bike running again if you charged it with a generator. Why not give it a try?
Yeah, of course. That's what I was gonna do.
Construction complete.
Calm down. No, we're fine. Accelerate, reverse, wheel spin, drift, wheelie. Like a wheelie. Finally got a bike, yeah. Alright, we need to go. To here first, somehow. Oops. Not fine. Oops. Oh god.
I wonder if anyone's watching.
Don't say that. Oh god. Is that a... Hold on. Hopefully there's a way to like, get inside the mountain. Oh Jesus. Looks a bit top heavy, just a little bit. Surprisingly, I'm not over the weight limit, so... Oh god. Is that gonna scan me? I'm fine. It's fine. Shit, I don't know how to get around there. Oh fuck, yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. Shit. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting up there. Never mind. Games you can recommend. Oh. Uh-huh. You play Ready or Not after we stopped yesterday? I've been like on and off it, just trying to practice. Oh fuck. No, 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 no. Oh, I didn't know this was a camper there. Shit. We're fine. Well, fuck. And there's like no bridge on this. Oh, fuck. How am I gonna get across? Fuck it. Hey, we're fine. Oh my god. Oh no, how are we gonna get across here? Oh fuck. Fine.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
I'm gonna get shouts in. I will be down to Ready or Not a bit later on. Oh yeah. Oh my god.
Thank
Yeah, you're good. That's fine. Nice. S. Oh yeah.
All right.
You're welcome. Oh my god, that's so far. Oh no.
Order available. Please access delivery terminal.
Orders. Collection cargo. I don't think I can do that one.
For further information.
Oh. Arena's is on sale on Steam, yeah. Wonderful.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Is everything on sale on it? That's how I feel right now, honestly. I'm broke as fuck. There's so many games on Steam that are on sale. And like, I could buy them, but I'm like, nah. Ooh, no, 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 no. Oh no, it's about to die. Shit. Fuck.
Not a juice.
I'm so close though. Do I have another? I have one more. Might as well. Lurk me dinner. Oh, what did you make for dinner?
Should be nice when it's done.
Taking a while.
Construction complete.
I don't have dinner. I should get something. Cargo menu. This can hold cargo. Ain't no shot. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't know that. Chicken. Chicken gravy rolls. Oh my god. Share. Please. This is so good. No. Oh god. Oh fuck. We're fine. Oh, we're fine. Oh god. Oh lord. Okay, hold on. There we go. Wait, what? Chat, at what point do I start making furry off of money? That's not a bad idea.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Welcome to Capital Knots. Proceed to distribution center.
Hello.
Decontaminates. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
You're back now, yeah. Ah! Stop. I'm fine. It makes you money. Exactly.
Sam, first deliver your cargo, then you can take on new requests.
Okay. Cargo. Wait, wait. Oh, lost cargo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Deliver.
Thanks for the delivery. Quite a
You're
haul
welcome.
you brought.
Hell yeah.
Thanks. Take care.
You're welcome.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Kumja Chugga? What the fuck? What the what the fuck? What the fuck? Why are DB name the huh? Why are DVD names so goddamn freaky sometimes? Did I hear right? I would assume that unfortunately you did hear right. Oh my god. I got mail. You got mail. More than Oxy? Oh. Yap Central over here. Holy shit. Take a break. Yappy yappity yap. Okay. How you doing, BB? Say again, I was reading. I don't want to say it again.
I received word from Mama that she's completed her anti-BT weapon. Prototypes of her design form a part of your next shipment. A delivery of relief supplies for the people of Port Knot City. Port Knot City is a fair distance from BT territory, but the weapons should come in handy if any stray too close. They'll also provide people with the means to defend themselves when traveling outside the city limits. The shipment also includes a variety of medicines, as well as human sperm and egg samples. These specimens are essential for maintaining genetic diversity, as they were donated by civilians living outside the major population centers. By taking advantage of Chiralium's temporal properties, we can ensure they remain viable for as long as required. After the shipment's been processed, connect the Cupid. Now, once that's done, the entire region will be integrated into the Chiral network. Afterwards, you'll be pushing on to Lake Knot City. So we've included relief supplies for the people there as well. Of course, to get there, you'll need to cross over the lake in between. Details on that will be in a second order you'll need to accept then. Without a doubt, this will be your longest run for us to date. Make sure you've got everything you need.
Oh man. God damn it. Okay. Played DBD a few days ago and someone was named the... Oh. Oh, yeah. Of course. Sherlock. Ow. We'll make 3. Make 3 of those. Okay. I also didn't know there was a thing where you could hide other places. Yeah, that's maybe a good idea. Standard orders. Oh no. I'm not going to. I don't want to go to in the farm. That's 146 though. Oh. Totally good. No, I'm not going to. So where do you want me to go? Yeah, Port Knot. Okay. Alright.
That's a transfusion bag containing blood drawn from you. While equipped, it'll gradually replenish yours.
Okay.
Sam, I had to work fast with what we had, so they're basically modified hand grenades. At least, that's how they're meant to function. They've never actually been tested in the field. Who knows? But,
okay.
Used to...
I'm just gonna wing it. I'm just gonna wing it. Oh, Lord.
We believe that practice makes perfect. So we've added an order to encourage you to take your new way. Better hard work.
Oh, whatever. So much effort to get into VGen as an artist? Yeah. It feels like you need a decent social media presence to get any traction and progress. Make progress to getting on VGen. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Oh wait, those equipment trials? Oh wait, no. I don't want to do that. Oh no, yeah. Standard orders. Select. We'll do those two. Yeah, you need like an invite code to be able to do it. And then obviously you need a little bit of a presence just so people know that you exist. And then eventually, once you have enough like reviews and like once you've done a certain amount of like requests and stuff like that, commissions, then you can get verified. And verified artists get pushed a lot more than unverified artists. So you basically have to be verified to be able to do anything. Shit. It's frustrating, especially for anyone else who's not on there.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Time
Oh!
set.
Where's my bike? Hi there. I have 45 minutes. Oh god, okay. Hold on. Oh wait, no. Oh wait. Shit. Do I need to? I think I need to keep that on me. Shit. Oh, it's fine. Whatever. Cargo carried by vehicles can be submitted to. Oh, okay. That's cool.
Have a pleasant journey.
Thank you. He's a tall boy. Should I post on Tura Blue Sky since.
Sam, looks like you've got some more orders to take care of. Remember, once you get to Port Knot City, you'll be crossing the lake. So you should make any pending deliveries before then. Take a look at your map and figure out the most efficient way to get to all the places you need to go.
Okay. What's that? AI thing that changes your out, but that's still a thing. I see a lot of people. Yeah, it's a mess. Man, on Twitter. How are we gonna get? Oh God. Oh wait, what? Ah, wait, what? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Grab the. Oh, for fuck. Oh! Oh no! No! Oh wait, fuck. Shit. Oh, piss off. Fuck. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. Go. Leave me alone, please. Leave me alone! No! What am I meant to do? What am I meant to do? No, leave me alone. Oh, come on. Give me a minute. Oh my god. me alone, man. Did that do anything? That didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Maybe it did do something. Dude, that one's red. What the fuck? No. Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know. No! Oh my god. Wait a second. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's going on. Holy shit.
Heads up, Sam. Your BB's gone into ultrasonic shock. Without its input, your Audra deck will no longer react to BTs.
Starting to
So
cramp
you'll
up.
need to be more careful. Head to a private room if you want to restore functionality.
God damn it. Like I was stun locked, I couldn't even do anything. Now all my fucking cargo is absolutely destroyed. That was kind of dumb. That's whatever.
Looks like you've got an empty container there. Feel free to submit junk like that to Bridges.
You know where your water is it?
Sorry, I don't have anything.
Can't this thing work any faster?
Construction complete. Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
It's fine.
I think.
Rose pink. You're welcome.
Good work. New order available. Please act.
Oh. No, no, no. No, thank you. I'm good.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
When is a 6-hour stream? Oh no, I just. Ah, Let's go! If I'm fast enough, they can't catch me. They can catch me if I crash. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, hold on. I wonder if I can run this guy over. Yep, that's the answer was yep. Oh, whoops. That's fine. Oopsie. Oopsie. Don't get stuck. Please don't get stuck. That's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Just a manslaughter with the vehicle, just a little bit. Speed bump, exactly. subject you taking care of BB as BB is actively in.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
I'm fine.
All weapons will be locked until
Everything's fine.
cargo verified. Thank you. Decontaminating suit. Rest is advised.
Do you take rest 2 seconds? Okay. So I think alien baby is making noises. Yeah, he's not doing well.
Not bad.
I do not care. B! Oh, go. Oh, eat a bag of dirt, you dipstick.
Good work.
Alright. Cargo. What orders do I have? I better not have. Yeah. Recovery. Oh, that one. Shit. Nah, I'm not doing that. Cancel.
New order available. Please access delivery.
I can cancel that one. I can't cancel it. Yep. All right. I'm fine.
Terminal for further information.
If I skip over this, will it? If I go to the private room and rest, will it increase my time on my timer? Because I do have a time. Oh, transfusion. Nice. Look at him. Norman fetus.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
BB, you doing okay? Yeah, he's okay. We got work to do.
Take a look.
Oh.
This is what the world looked like.
I was about to skip over
hundreds
this.
of millions of years ago. It was just one big continent. And do you know what this is?
The moon.
The moon. I'll show you the real thing soon. I promise.
Minions! Tonight, we steal the moon! Oh, look at this. Oh my god. Look at this man. That is a man. I love Mads Mikkelsen.
The whole wide world will be yours to explore. You'll be able to go wherever you want. Even the moon.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Anybody home?
Restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scan. And bridges.
Now, I don't know
Verifying
where I'm
ID.
going.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna have to ditch my bike. Oh no. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Keep on keeping on.
Let's see. You can make it take a nap. I don't return for streamers. I hope they will let me do such things. Thank you, streamers. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a good night. No, no, stop it. Ah, for fuck's sakes. Why? Why? Go, go. Oh my god. Please, I swear to god, if you soft lock me and doing that shit again. No, please. Leave me alone. I don't want to have to deal with this. Can I put this on here? Just so it doesn't fuck me up. Go, 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 Sam, go, 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 go. Oh my god, go. Sam, go, 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 Sam. Oh fuck, that's not the way I want to go. Oh fuck, Sam. Oh fuck, Sam. Oh fuck, Sam. Oh god, we're fine. Wait, I need that actually, I need that. That's not good. Oh my god. I'm fine. I'm hoping I can get out of here somehow. Oh yeah, we're fine. Oh yeah, we're fine. Keep going, 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 keep going. Just keep going, keep going. Oh, we're fine. This is fine. This is a-okay. This is a-okay. This is not good. This is not good. Why did I think this was a good idea? Why did I think this was a good idea? BB, we're fine. BB, we're fine. No, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Oh, just go, just go, just go, just go, just go, just go. Oh my god, where'd you go? We're good? We're good. Nice. Okay. Holy shit. See? See? What I tell you? We are fine. How the hell are we getting down? You know what I say? Just wing it. Just wing it. See? Oh! See? We're fine. Oh god, this is terrible. This is terrible. What am I doing? Why? Why? Why would I? We just go. Nice. See? 10 out of 10. Hi, Kurt.
Decontaminating soon. Rest is advised. Battery low. Please charge vehicle.
What do you have to? Those ones, yep.
You, the porter, the one-man army sent to do the work of a team. You and your 2 feet to fill all them boots. Looks like everything's more or less intact. About what I expect from a guy running solo.
Running solo. Oh my god, that was terrible. I still got an A somehow though. Oh yeah.
So you here to usher us into a new chiral age or some shit?
Yeah. That cool?
Hell yeah, go for it. Been waiting forever and a day for this.
What the fuck? Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Is this actually how far I can go? Can I keep going? Oh wait, Eastern region. Okay. So I'm actually gonna go all the way over to the other, to the west coast. Let's go. Portnax. Oh my god.
Wait. Where'd you get that? That little guy? Same as mine. Where the hell did you get it?
Yeah, I can't really say. But the little guy, he came with the pod, if you gotta know.
And who'd you get the pod from?
Igor, from Corpse Disposal.
My little brother.
Oh no.
So, what? He just gave one of these to you. Why?
I was there with him, at the end. We were moving a body. Things went to shit. There's BTs everywhere. And one of them grabbed him. So he told me to take it and run.
That right. So what's your story?
You lived through a catastrophe like that, only to keep on doing the same work? Okay. Been a long time coming, I suppose. You take good care of that little guy. He belongs with the expedition. With you.
All right.
Better if you take this with you too, I reckon. Can't think of anyone who could use it more.
What is it? What's that? Oh, just grenades. Thank you, I guess. Hell yeah.
Sam, you've done it. Port Knot City is back on the grid. This community, a part of the UCA. Their data, a part of our shared wisdom. With enough time and enough chiral printers, they'll be able to build ships. And one day, the waters will be ours again. All because you led the way. Though what follows in your wake isn't always good. Any city that joins the UCA becomes a bigger target for the terrorists. But we have to accept the dangers and press on, no matter what. The rest of America is waiting, Sam. Waiting for you to take the first step and connect them to the chiral network. I know you can reach them. Make us whole again.
Thanks. One more C in the UCA, huh? So, you fixing to cross the lake and head west?
Yeah. We got a boat?
No, not for years now. Terrorists took out everything bridges that floats. Only boat in town belongs to a private courier.
Private courier? Don't tell me. Fragile Express?
That's the one. I already spoke with their rep. I'm having them load the boat with some of the supplies you brought us. I'll bet the folks in Lake Knot will be tickled pink to see someone come into port. Been a while, I expect. Head on down to the harbor when you're ready. It's right outside the distro center. Don't worry, Port Knot never gets the rain. Feel free to rest up in your room before you head out.
Thank you. Sorry about your brother. Yippee. About my brother, oh no. I think that's where I ended today. Oh, I'm tired. Ay, ay, ay. That's fair. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna do like 6-hour streams from now on. I think that's a good length of stream. Made a lot of progress, I'd say. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully it's enough. Alright, we'll raid Zelda. Thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it. Seriously, I do. And I hope you guys did enjoy watching Death Stranding. If you don't, let me know, okay? I want to switch up the games eventually. Like I want to. I'm trying to do more variety. I don't want to just fucking do DBD for the rest of my life. So, it's especially since I'm getting really sick of DBD. So, yeah. Had a fun look, and I'm glad. Thank you for being Nick up. It's nice to be in a beach stream. Yeah. Alright, thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it. I love you all. Do join the Discord if you want to. And yeah, I'll probably be back on tomorrow, maybe. Who knows? Hi, Lena. Thank you for being here, Lena. Hope you guys have a good night. Alright. I love you. Please be safe. And